Hi everyone, how we doing this evening? We will be getting started here in just about a minute. Welcome to all of our new folks. Good to see some new faces here. Okie dokie. Hello again, everyone. Good to have you. How's my audio? Everything sound okay? Just making sure the sound quality's good. Perfect. Okay, good deal. And the cat is here as well, so he's also helping to test the sound quality. That's Bart the cat. He will feature often on the stream, whether you want him to or not. Yeah. He thinks that anytime I'm talking, I'm talking to him. So yeah, okay. Get down, buddy. Thank you. Alrighty. So today we are here to make a calculator. And so let me switch my screens here. That's the wrong screen. Hang on. Oh, there it is. Okay. Awesome. So I think it looks like you should see two calculators on the screen right now. And somebody asked earlier, do I have a webcam? No, I don't currently have a webcam. That's in the cards at some point. My laptop actually doesn't have a webcam built in, and I don't have an external one, so you'll just have to put up with my voice for now. There'll be a webcam at some point. Can I add more volume? I think my mic is showing pretty full input. So is it too quiet for anyone else? Okay. Okay, good deal. All right. And yeah, you should be able to adjust volume as well. Or sorry, not volume, stream quality as well. And thank you for everybody who's following. Oh my gosh, thank you for the sub. Pareja, thank you. Much appreciated. Making sure I didn't miss any other subs here. Much appreciated. Thank you. Oh, Mleg, thank you. It's amazing. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Yeah, you're never obligated to sub. It's always appreciated, but I'm just doing this. I'm not doing this for money. So, for those of you who don't know me, for those of you who might be new, I am a member of the 100 Devs cohort that we all are in right now. I am currently employed as a developer. However, I am not. Like a web developer, I am a SQL developer. And so SQL is a language that is primarily associated with relational databases. So I do backend work with databases for my day job. And SQL is a very, very, very different language from what we're learning right now as far as JavaScript. And I really don't have any experience at all with object oriented languages at all. SQL is what's called a declarative language. It's very different. Essentially, you just ask the computer to do something, and the way that you ask it, the way that you ask your question determines how efficient that execution will be. So it's about the phrasing of the question, essentially, versus object oriented, or this type of programming, where we are essentially building the way that the computer will answer that question. So it's not a very good way of explaining it, but you can read more about that, the different types of programming languages if you would like. Um, are we coding from scratch, or is there some code we're referring to today? Nope, we're coding from scratch. So this is a fun project, and the way I approached it is there are a bajillion, calculators out there on the internet, right? If you go out and you Google JavaScript calculator, um, you're going to get, a full page of results at least, and they're all different. So I went into it with the thought that we're not going to reference a specific project here. We're just going to go at it with the parameters that we're given. And I've already built my version, but we're going to basically essentially rebuild my version, talk through my logic, and then hopefully that will help you determine what your version is going to be like. Because, obviously you're going to make your own, right? You want to see this step by step. It was so hard. Yeah. This is a hard one to get started. I feel like it's more hard to get started than it actually is to do. Um, yeah. Is there audio? Yes, there is. Yep, you should be able to hear it. So, you can just refresh if you need to. Well, I guess they wouldn't be able to hear me. Okay, so let's get into it. All right, so what I have up here on the screen on the right, this is my version of the calculator. And on the left is essentially the image that Leon gave us to work off of. And this project also was really fun too because it kind of forces you to get back into HTML and CSS as well. Because I don't know about you, but it's been a little while since I did, since I really tried to get good with CSS, right? Tried to really do some more intensive CSS work. So this was a really fun refresher in CSS as well. And yeah, I did have a previous old calculator video on YouTube way back in the day. It was like, yeah, right when we were first getting into JavaScript. So this was a fun thing to revisit. Oh gosh, you wanted to run away from CSS. Yeah, right? So I'm sure that this was the reason that Leon did this was to kind of force us to revisit CSS, especially if we were just going off of templates for a while. Yeah, exactly. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to lay out our HTML. We're going to hit the CSS, get everything all nice and styled, and then we're going to jump into the JavaScript. Okay? Yeah, how do we do this without floats? I know. Right? I forced myself, and this is our fifth calculator. I'm glad somebody's counting. I don't know if you noticed in my tweet, I actually put for those of you who are keeping track, calculator plus plus because we're incrementing our calculator tally. So we're going to start with our HTML, do the CSS, and then finally make it work with the JavaScript. Okay. All right. So yeah, that's why we're going to practice, Briar. If you've forgotten all the HTML and CSS, we're going to do it all again. Yeah, active recall. All right, let me get my notes sorted out here on my other screen. 1 second. Gotta hide that stupid sidebar. Okay. So just in my HTML here, I have a Let me change the size a little bit. There we go. I just have a basic header, very standard stuff. You should be able to go back to any of your previous projects and just grab this, copy and paste it in, right? It's just standard header. So then inside of our body tag, um, yeah, welcome, Eunice. Inside of our body tag, we're just going to make a section for our calculator. Essentially, it's going to be the outside of this black box here. And we're just going to give that a class of calculator. Pretty simple so far. You'll notice that I sometimes have fun issues with spelling. And two, I wonder why that's not, oh yeah, because I don't have inside the tag, right? Muscle memory, man. The muscle memory goes, doesn't it? Start to lose that muscle memory. That's why it's good to practice. All right, so inside of our calculator, now we can think about how we want to lay this out. Really, the components that we have inside of our calculator are essentially a screen and buttons, right? Now, the way I see this is that the screen is a distinct element, and then all of the buttons are another distinct element. Now, if you've seen my previous video on floats, the way I kind of see things is you want to corral your elements as much as you can. You want to put like elements together inside of their own sections. You want to keep the zoo animals in their cages, right? So we're going to put the screen kind of in its own area. And then we're going to put all the buttons, we're going to corral them all together inside of their own area. All right. So inside of our calculator, we're going to have an area for our screen. And so this is kind of interesting. When I was trying to figure out how I was going to do this project, I looked up various methods for like creating like a calculator screen, and one of them was kind of cool. And so I decided to use it. You don't have to. You can just use like a span or whatever, or a section, with a span in it. But I'm going to use an input form, and I'll tell you, why I'm doing that here in a second, just because it's fun for one. But and you might be saying, why are you using an input form? The user isn't going to be inputting anything. But I just want to show you kind of a cool thing you can do with it. So I'm going to make an input form, and we're going to give it a type of text, right? Because we're going to be displaying text inside of our form. And we're going to give it a class of, what was my class called? Calculator screen. Calculator screen, because that's what it is. And we're going to give it a value of 0. Now that value is what's going to be displayed when the form loads. So that's like the default value. So when the form loads, when the page loads, that value will start as 0, just like it is here. And then we're going to add one more to this. We're going to say disabled. And what that's going to do is it's essentially going to make it so you can't type in the form. Yeah, so text or number. Well, okay, Silent, let's think about that for a second. Why, if I have a calculator, and I will tell you too, my approach to this calculator was that I wanted to see the equation as it's being typed. So I want to see, if I'm typing, I want to get a little extra, and I want to see 2 plus 2. I don't want to just see 2, and then you hit the operator, you don't see anything, and then you hit 2 again. And that, for me anyway, that makes it harder to remember what my equation is. So I think that, I wanted to get a little extra with it. So Silent, that's why I decided, that's why we can't make this a number input form, because it wouldn't allow us to see these extra characters. Disabled, new Anki card. Yeah, I just think it's cool, right? Oh, and Floyd Wall. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. I'm copied the link so I can look at it later. And also too, prod by, there will be a recording of this, and the VOD will be posted automatically to my Twitch channel. So you can just look at my videos. The VOD will be on my Twitch channel. and it'll stay up for 60 days. I learned this because apparently because I'm a Prime subscriber, my VODs stay up much longer. And before they expire, I will also be moving them to YouTube. So yeah, so we shouldn't ever lose them. Yeah. Make sure I'm just checking here, make sure I didn't miss any questions here. Okay, cool. And also, too, for those of you who are new, feel free to ask questions anytime. I will try to pause occasionally and see if there are questions, but do feel free to ask anytime that you want. Oh, can you say the part about the disabled reasoning again? My stream lost feed for a minute. Yeah, so essentially, the point of this calculator is that we want to control the user inputs to only be the buttons. You want to click the click button, something displays on screen. I don't want the user to be able to actually type into this form. Now you can't see it, but I clicked in the form and I'm trying to type like using my keyboard. I don't want that to happen. And that's firstly for kind of aesthetic reasons, like this is, the type of project we were asked to do was not make a form that people can type in. It was make a calculator where the buttons work and you can get equations out of it. But the second is for another reason where we want to control user inputs to just be these buttons and no other possible characters. And we'll get to why that is once we get into the JavaScript. And I'll talk more about it then. But we really want to make sure our user inputs are sanitized to only these buttons, operators, and other, possible abilities here, like the clear function. Yeah. So that's why on our input here, which is technically the calculator screen, we changed it to be disabled so that you cannot type into it. Does that help? Awesome. Okay. I'm going to try to make the chat a little bigger on my screen so I don't have to squint. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, and that's right. Chu, you're absolutely right. It could just be a div. It could be a section. I just saw this method of doing it and I thought, that looks cool. I'm going to put that in. And that's what I love about JavaScript, right? Is that you can make it your own and it can be whatever you want. I just had never seen an input form used in quite this way before. So I was like, I'm going to steal that. Okay, so we have our screen, right? And now we're essentially done with like the top part. Okay. So now the next part we're going to do is we're going to build our buttons. And so what I want to do there is I want to, and it needs to be, yeah, that's right. And it needs to be, so I'm going to put another section here, and this is going to be the container for all of our buttons. So section class is going to be calculator buttons. Calculator, oops, come on. There we go. Calculator buttons, and yeah, that's right. And now what we're going to put inside of this is all the buttons. So for those of you that have seen some of my previous streams, for example, like remember like the Wordle stream that we did, for those of you who were able to join, for that, the actual Wordle, the empty word boxes, we were able to generate those kind of dynamically using JavaScript, right? We just iterated through and we built our HTML elements by using JavaScript. But the thing with that was those were essentially empty boxes. And so they were all the same, right? But for this, unfortunately, because we have a lot of different characters in an odd order, we are going to have to kind of build those one by one. Just to get them, just to get the layout the way that we want. However, they are all going to have essentially the same format. So we can copy and paste. So I like buttons. These could be sections if you wanted, or divs if you want to be more stylistic with it. But essentially, I like to use buttons because they have some built-in properties, such as like a little highlight when you hover, and and other things that are just kind of built in, and a slight border, that kind of thing. So I'm adding button tags here, and I'm going to say button type is button. That's what it is. Um, and I'm also giving it a value attribute here. And we'll see why that is once we get into the JavaScript. But essentially, I just want this value to be readily available within the HTML tag. I want the value to be there and accessible within the tag itself. So not within the DOM. We still have to put it in the DOM so it displays, but I want the value also available within the tag so we can easily access it later in our JavaScript. So we can just build these out. Just going to copy paste. So my first row is going to have 4 items, and make sure here. And those are going to be 7, 8, 9, and the divide symbol. 7, 8, 9, and divide. And again, the reason I still have to put them in between the tags, in opening and closing tags, is so that we do display something on screen. So let's just see how this looks. Yeah. So this is up here. What the tab I switched to now. This is the actual calculator we're building right now. So we can see that we have 7, 8, 9, and slash, as well as our input form, which you can't click on to type in. Okay. I'm just checking here. I don't see any. Is chat still going? I don't. I'm not sure if my chat is broken or if nobody's talking. Somebody say something. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I think we're just focused. That's good. Hey, it's good to be focused. Intense listening. I like it. Awesome. Okay, just double checking. I don't care if y'all don't want to talk. I don't care. I'm just making sure. Awesome. Okay, so now we're going to do the second row. And just going to keep these. We got to keep these in order so that when we do our flex, stuff, they sort of sort themselves out properly. So 7, 8, 9. The next one is going to be 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6, and what's the next one? 4, 5, 6, and the asterisk thingy, multiplication symbol. And two, if you wanted to show up a little cleaner as like the little X in the DOM, you can use the what is this Unicode equivalent. So you can use ampersand times semicolon, and that will give you the little X symbol. If you don't put the value attribute, then the button still works. Yes, technically, yes. It will. However, we're going to do something very specific with that value attribute here in a minute once we get to our JavaScript. So that's why we need it. But yeah, it'll still work. It'll work without that. I mean, it'll still be clickable and stuff. It'll still be a button. It just won't work for what we're trying to do. Oh, thanks, Pink Star. Much appreciated. Okay. Do you let the streams stay up on your page in case we have to leave early? Yes. Yep. They'll be up for 60 days, and before they expire, I'll move them to YouTube. So don't worry. Okay. Next row. I know this is the boring part. Promise me. I promise it will get more interesting. This is just the boring HTML part. All right. Last row. We've got 1, 2, 3, and plus. Or wait, no, there's one more row. Sorry. I lied. 1, 2, 3, and plus. And I got to fix this too. Fix the values. 7, 8, 9. Oh, nope, that's wrong. Wrong way. Jeepers. 4, 5, 6. Okay, there we go. 4, 5, 6. All right. And then this one is going to be 1. Oh, and that's a good point, Chu. Using the Unicode notation also helps with screen readers. It's better than having it read out X. Yeah. And Thanks, Chu. That's great context. There's also a minus, which is better than hyphen or dash. Okay. Very cool. Yeah, it's always good to think about accessibility when we can. And so I imagine there's probably a plus Unicode notation. I don't know what that is. But if that's better, I don't know. Well, I guess plus is kind of plus, right? Doesn't really have another connotation. Okay, and then next one, just going to copy this one. Next one is going to be 0 dot, so we're going to have 0 decimal. Seems like there's ampersand plus and ampersand minus. Okay, all right. Well, let's try that. Okay. I mean, there's no harm in it, right? So, all right, ampersand plus, ampersand, and then we'll see how it looks. Plus, oh yeah, it's coming up. Yep, awesome. So decimal and then minus. And we'll do ampersand minus there. Minus, perfect. Yeah, safety, absolutely. Yep. It's good to think about accessibility when you can and learn more about accessibility options. Totally. And then the last one we want to do on this line. So this is an addition of my own. Leon's picture that he provided with us did not, I was surprised, it didn't have a clear button. And for me, like I screw up all the time. Y'all have already seen that. I misspell things, type the wrong number, whatever. Control Z, I've got that like, in muscle memory on my fingers, right? And so my main addition to this calculator was this red all clear button just to start over. Just you screwed up, you got to start over, right? Exactly. You need that all clear button. So I added that, and then just for aesthetic purposes, I made the equals button, just kind of have its own row down here. Um, or a backspace. Yeah, you could do the backspace. I thought about adding that. That's a little extra, little extra work. So just with this first pass of the calculator, I was like, eh. But hey, your version could absolutely have a backspace. I might still add one too. I'm probably gonna, after Leon actually has his class on object-oriented programming, I'm sure I'm gonna go back and rewrite this bad boy. Okay, so minus, and then the next one is going to be our clear button. So the value on that is going to be a C, and text displayed is AC. And then last one, almost done. This is the boring part. Thanks for sticking with me. Is going to be equals and equals. Was there a thingy for that too? Equals. Oh, here, yeah. Let's try that. Now let's just see how that looks real quick. I'm just curious with the Unicode, how that looks. Yeah, looks good, right? So we got our multiplication button. We've got our plus. Yeah, it all looks good. So we're gonna leave that. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Sweet. Okay, so boring part over. So now essentially we're done with our HTML. We've got our closing tags on there. Got all these. Oh wait, no, actually we're not done. We do need to add some classes to certain items, and that's just so we can more easily reference them later. And actually, you know what? Maybe I don't think we do. I think that was from an earlier version. Let's try without, and we'll see if we need to come back to this. Um, we'll see. We'll see. We might need to come back. Can we see where the input 0 bar is in your HTML? Yeah, it's right up here. And it's essentially just, it can't quite fit the whole thing in here, but I can make this a little smaller still. There we go. It's right here. Input type is text, class is calculator screen, value is 0 and disabled. Can we see? Let's see. There's also that and divide. Okay. Yeah, we'll replace that in just a second. Yeah, we'll replace it with the Unicode, certainly. Sections for button organization. You could. In this case, since we're going to be using flex to kind of force them onto the appropriate rows, it's not entirely necessary. However, you could force them into rows by putting sections around them if you wanted. Yeah, you could. So yeah, I'm going to use the Unicode character here. And, and divide. There we go. Easy peasy. So okay, so that just changes the look of the operator a little bit. That's totally fine. Yeah, yeah, and shoot, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna use flex to force them onto the proper rows. Yep. What does it disable do, Kristen? Disable makes it so you can't type in the box. Bada. So I'm typing, it's not letting me type. And for various reasons, we want to prevent users from just typing into the box. Number one, that wasn't the assignment. The assignment was to make a calculator where you click the buttons and stuff happens, right? And number two is just it's always better when you can to try to sanitize your user inputs, to try to control those inputs as much as possible so that you're getting the kind of data that you expect, that your program expects, and that's not going to cause problems and potential harm. So we want to sanitize the inputs so that we're only getting the results of these button clicks. Good question. Yep. Posture check. Ooh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my shoulders just popped. um, can you scroll up to get to the AC line? Yeah. Here it is. It's just text. Yeah, Moogle. Yeah, you can use that's. There's nothing wrong with the way you did it. You can group it into rows and then stack, do like a flex column flex on those rows. Flex as columns. Totally fine. Yep, nothing wrong. Can you explain what you mean by sanitize? Yeah. Oh, hydrate. Thank you. Mm, I got a big old mug of tea here. So yeah, so sanitizing inputs. In this case, it's not really sanitizing. We're going to do some of that, but so whenever possible, when you have an application where users are providing data to that function or that application or whatever, you want to make sure that you control those inputs as much as possible so that you're only getting what you expect. And so you want to control it to prevent the user from entering characters or data that they shouldn't be entering. And then on the flip side of that, once you have the data entered, you want to sanitize it as much as possible so that on the program side, so that the data is as easy to work with as possible, and that if a bad character was passed in, it's not taken into your into your program, or potential harmful code isn't taken into your program. You can look up SQL injection if you're interested in what bad things could happen. Look up SQL injection. Which is where folks can put SQL statements into like web forms. And if those are read into the program, they can execute harmful code. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh, prod by flex over grid. To be honest, we haven't covered grid in class yet. So I've seen it, but I haven't used it. So again, I'm not a web developer. This cohort is the first time I've ever touched HTML and CSS and JavaScript. So I'm just using Flex because that's what I know. So yeah, yeah. Everybody else better be following the posture and hydrate channel point redemptions when they come in. Better, y'all better crack your backs and stuff like that when those come in. Exactly. Yep. We want to sanitize to prevent the germs from getting we want to sanitize to prevent germs from getting into our bodies and also from getting into our code. Yep. Okay, so HTML is done. Let's go over to the CSS. Now this is where it gets a little bit more interesting, right? Because we are trying to essentially match this image with our CSS and try to format our calculator to match this exactly, or as close as we can get it, right? Um, and D's, oh, there are good sandbox environments on Try Hack Me where you can play with SQL injection. Oh man, I'm gonna have to check that out. See if I can hack a few environments. Yeah. Um, shouldn't you do some breaks before? Or do you mean like here in the HTML breaks? Well, so Lars, you kind of have to consider the separation of concerns. In this case, we are going to we know these are all separate items, right? Each button is a separate item. We're going to entirely control where they sit on the page with our CSS styling. We don't need to break these rows because we know how to use flex to get them to break exactly where they need to be. Yep. Oh, and yeah, LRP, we are going to practice that together. What did you want to see, Taco? This? This is really, I mean, it's just a standard header. There's nothing, it's nothing crazy. Okay, awesome. All right, CSS, let's do it. Let's see if we remember anything. Okay, so we're going to start out with just some really standard tags. This is nothing unique. And you could copy just like the standard CSS from Leon's templates that he used to give us. You could totally just grab that. But we're going to do font size. We're going to standardize it at 62.5 so that we can use, rems more easily. Again, what this does is, it puts it at 12, 12, what is it? 12 pixels for font size or whatever it is. Standardize the font size. Box sizing is going to be border box. This should ring a bell, hopefully. And then we're also going to Nebula. Yeah, so good to have you. We just finished setting up the HTML. And now we're getting into the styling. So you can see on the right, we just have raw HTML here displayed in the window. And we're going to style it as we go. Yeah. CSS, haven't seen those 3 letters in a long time. Yeah, that's right. You got to, man, now we're back to having to actually pay attention to our semicolons. Good grief. We gotta actually pay attention to our syntax. Jeepers. So lame. All right, so this is all just, don't freak out. This is all just standard styling still. We're basically zeroing out our margins, like any of the built-in margins. We're getting rid of those, getting rid of any default padding, and I think I already screwed up. What did I screw up? Margin. Oh wait, margin. There we go. Margin, padding, and box sizing. We're going to inherit that. We don't really need that, but it's still going to work. Okay. We should run games to bet channel points so you can see your cat eventually. Yes, I promise. We will get to the point where you'll be able to see the kitty. Yes. The bottlenecks. Yeah. So we use Unicode characters inside of our HTML, and that was a really excellent suggestion by Chu. And they pointed out that Unicode characters work way better with screen readers. So if you want accessibility, you should use the Unicode so that they're read out properly by screen readers. Yeah. We're just starting the CSS. Don't worry, Ifikar. Don't worry. Okay, so now box sizing inherit. So what all this is really telling us is that is it essentially as we nest boxes inside of each other. So like we nest a section and a section and a section. It's going to inherit. If we were doing floats, this would be more important. But essentially, it would treat each nested item would treat its parent as 100% width and height. So You can look up more on that property, but essentially we're saying like for each nested item, consider its parent to be 100% width and 100% height. Yeah. And with this, we're just basically applying it to every single possible element that we could use. We're applying that everywhere. Yeah. And this is, again, this is standard. This is not anything crazy that I'm doing. You should find this in a lot of the, like the CSS reset and stuff. I think that's in there, like the stuff that Leon used to give us. Okay, so now we can start actually doing some styling. So first we're going to style our calculator box. Calculator. I cannot spell calculator. Golly gee. All right. Calculate. Yeah, I spelled it right. Okay. Yeah, and piece of sheet, that's a good, yeah, that's a simplification there too. Yep. So calculator. So what we want here is first let's figure out where it's going to sit on the page. So if you look at this, what happens when I resize my window here? What happens? Notice what happens. So my calculator obviously stays the same size, right? So that's what that's telling me is that this calculator has been given a fixed width of some kind and potentially a fixed height. We don't really know that, but we can tell it's been given a fixed width because it's not shifting with the with the window size. And another thing we can tell is that it stays in the same place essentially, um, no matter where I move it, right? So it's not like as I make my window smaller, it's not moving to the right. It's staying very firmly in the center. So what that's telling me is that the position is probably absolute. And if you recall, absolute position means that it's kind of our item is kind of floating, right? It's like well, I shouldn't say floating. It's ignoring everything around it. So it's parked itself where it's going to be and it's going to stay there no matter what happens around it. Or to any other elements on the page. It's just it's plonked there. Yeah. Um yeah, it's fixed. Yeah. It takes it out of the normal flow of the page. Exactly. Yep. And so we can position it on the page then just using just a series of properties here. So we're going to say top 50%. Just to put it, we want to put it in the middle. So we wanted to put it halfway down and halfway across. So 50%, and left. And there, like everything, there's a lot of different ways to do this. This is just the way that seems to work. So I picked it. 50%. And then we're also going to use the translate property on it. Translate negative 50%. Negative 50, yes, negative 50 for both, yeah. Negative 50%. Okay, so whoops, I cannot, my keyboard, it has the worst backlighting in the world and I cannot see like the special characters. It's pretty terrible. So let's stop here for a minute and let's see what that did. It's good to check this stuff occasionally. Whoa, hello, look at that. Stuff is happening. Yeah, so we're getting there. Not there yet. We're getting there. It's okay. We're going to keep doing stuff. So we're going to also give it a fixed width. First try. Yeah. Yeah, chew, exactly. You can set the body you can set the item to display flex and do justify content and align items to center. Yep. I think though this method is slightly older. This was just the method that I'm still kind of stuck in floats because we spent so long on floats that like this is just the method that I knew, but absolutely you could do that as well. So, oh, hey Melody, good to have you. So the translate value. So let's just get rid of that just for a second. Yeah, and so let's just watch this, see what it does. Yeah, so essentially it just puts it in a better position. And, obviously this doesn't look like a very good position right now, but it'll get better as we go. Things will get forced into the proper position. Yeah, can also yeah, it can help yeah. So, yeah, I appreciate so folks are providing alternative ways to do centering as well. Max width 400, margin, yeah, it's setting auto margins. Yeah, auto margins are also a great way to center things in the slightly older method as well. Yep, totally. That's what I love. There's so many different ways to do this stuff, right? There's no right way. There's just different ways. So and then we're gonna be adding some padding, but I'm gonna pause on that until we get our other elements started to be formatted as well. So background color is gonna be black, um, and I'm also gonna add a border because y'all know, those of you who watch my old school videos, you know that borders are how you tell when something's working and when something's not working, right? Um, It'll get better. Absolutely. Yeah, so, translate. Yeah, so essentially what we're doing is it's just helping us with positioning. And so I mean, if you ask me to explain exactly what this is doing, I haven't used it in a while and I just remembered that it worked, I'll be honest with you. If somebody else wants to explain it, um, you can, but oh, transforms might not work on all browsers, but yeah, I just know that like if you can force it kind of in the right area, and then you can use transform translate to essentially do the final positioning to get it to really line up and stay in a fixed place. Hey Lalo, good to have you. Um, yeah, and that's yeah, translate it moves an item in two directions. Um, and just combining all these different properties seems to work, so I used it. I mean, I'll probably go back and remind myself exactly why it works, but in the moment, I don't recall. Yeah, and it's very clear, translate definitely, it moves an item in two directions. I'm not, I can't recall exactly why this is the magic combination of things that's perfect for this, but there's a red border on the calculator. No, there isn't. But this is an old school trick, and I'll show you why we're doing it here in a little bit. Oh, sorry. No, the red border is on. This is our calculator here. This is what we have. This is my version that's already done. So sorry about that. This is the version we're working on right now. Okay, so we put a red border on it. We gave it a black background. It looks like hot garbage, right? This is bad. Yeah, border to see where we mess up. Exactly. Yep. Oh, thank you, Mr. Somia. The position top 50 and left 50% puts the top left corner of the box in the very middle of the parent element. Translate then moves the box 50% of its own width and height back the other way. Okay. Yes. Thank you. That helped kick my brain into gear. Yep. Exactly. So what we did is we set top and left. So we put it exactly in the middle of the parent element. So with the parent element being the window, right? Um, and then translate moved it half of the way back the other way. So once we get this formatted properly, it's going to be sitting pretty exactly, equidistant from the borders of the window. Yep. Thank you. Much appreciated. Looks like a piano. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I'll flip back to the HTML during the next break. And for anybody that missed the beginning of the stream. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So let's go to the next thing for now. We're going to come back to the calculator box to do a little bit more formatting, but we're gonna leave it for now. So calculator stream or calculator screen, cannot speak. Calculator. I'll be able to spell calculator at some point. Give me time. All right. So the screen, if you recall, the screen is the form box right here, is the form window. So we're going to set it to width of 100%. And you might be like, but wait, it's not 100% on the example. Well, we're going to control that in other ways. We're going to control that using padding on the parent. The font size, we're going to make a bigger, nice big font size. I set it to about 5 rem. You can set it to whatever works best for you. Set it to a height of 80 pixels because that just looked right. 80 pixels. No border, because I think by default the input box does have a border, so we want to get rid of that. There's no border in the example. Let's just see how that looks. Whoa, it looks weird, doesn't it? Yeah, we're getting weirder, but things are starting to turn the right size, so that's good. Okay, rename it to calc. I don't want to make it too easy on myself. Is it okay to use VH instead of pix on the height? Okay, here's the consideration. When you're talking about VH and VW, remember that VH and VW are dependent or are derived from the height and width of the viewport. So if I shrink my viewport and I'm using like, let's say I'm using VW, and I start out with a viewport that's this size, and I size everything based on that viewport width. What happens when my viewport, when I move my window this way, and my viewport suddenly gets way larger? What's going to happen? Well, my sizing is going to be all messed up. So a lot of times viewport width can be very useful if you're trying to make dynamic sized content based on the size of a display. But in this case, we really want our item to just stay static in the center of the page, right? So you need to think about the use case of your units when you're considering what type of units to use. Yeah, good question though. Exactly. And Chu essentially said the same thing there. Responsive units. Yeah, and responsive units are great, and they are the right choice a lot of the time, especially if you're talking about design elements on your page, because right, you want something to resize, you want an image to resize based on the size of the the display that it's on, right? Or you want your logo to resize. But in some cases like this, we want our calculator to say the same height, width, all the elements to say the same, no matter if I'm looking at it on a phone screen or a giant curved laptop or a giant curved, monitor. So yes, my Wordle project is on my Twitch VODs. Yep. And we built it from scratch. So go check it out. Yeah, it was a ton of fun. All right. So I think, all right, so calculator screen. Let's keep going with this, make it look even better. All right, background color. Background color is white. And the color of my text, why did I do that? It should just be, well, all right. I had it set as a different color on my version, but I don't remember why I did that. So it's just going to be black. And our text should be aligned right, because on a calculator, the text goes, it sticks to the right of the screen. And we're going to put a little padding on the inside of the box. Remember, padding goes on the inside of the box, and it pushes the contents of the box away from the edges, right? So padding is on the interior. So we're going to just add a little bit of padding. And I know you can shorthand this, fully aware. I prefer to type it out just because it helps me remember exactly what I'm doing. We don't necessarily need padding left. It's really, in fact, I'm not even going to put it. I shouldn't have done it in the first place. And again, we're going to add a border just to help us remember what element we're looking at and where it starts and ends. So we'll add a green border here. We're going to get rid of the borders as we go once we're happy with the styling. Okay, so looking a little better. Our screen is the right color now. It's still going off the edge, but that's okay. We'll get there. Okay. Next thing is going to be, let's see, have saved this. Yep. Oh, I don't need to refresh because it's live server. Yep. I'm using the forbidden live server. I had to use it. Oh, and also too, if you do go back and do my Wordle project, I do mention on the stream, but I wanted to say again, the Wordle project does require live server because it's using modules to port in the word list. So just FYI. And so I got it for that, and I haven't really dropped it. It's so convenient. All right, calculator buttons. Calculator buttons. These are going to be our buttons, and we are going to flex them. So remember, calculator buttons, if we just flip back to the HTML really quickly, calculator buttons is the section that holds all of our actual buttons, right? So this is the parent of our buttons. Our buttons are nested inside of this item with the class calculator buttons. Okay, just making sure that's clear. And so that's why we're gonna say display flex, and we're gonna put it on the parent, and we're going to set our I've been using live. Yeah, I know Leon advised against it, and I totally understand why, because it's very easy to forget to refresh if you're in like a coding interview or something like that. But it's so dang convenient. So we're gonna flex our buttons in the row direction, and we're gonna apply the flex wrap property. So what that'll do is it will essentially force our buttons to wrap to a new row when they hit the end of the row, right? So they're going to automatically text wrap, and that's why we don't have to have line breaks, because our flex is going to basically intelligently break the line when it needs to. We're going to put a little padding on the inside, but let's pause on that for a second. We'll do that in a minute. Okay, so not much change there still. Now where it starts to get interesting is, oh yeah, and of course, I was trying to figure out why that looked weird, and that's because I was zoomed in. My bad. So here, now that I've actually zoomed out properly, you can clearly see that our calculator is actually centered in the middle of the page. I was just zoomed in. Hey, Honda, good to have you. So our calculator is clearly centered. It just looks ugly as heck, right? So our screen looks good. Now we're going to actually style the buttons, and this will cause basically the rest of our calculator to pretty much spring into life. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to format our buttons. Your 0 is still on the left. Did you do your text align? And remember, you need to do that on your calculator screen. Did you do your text align right, Antasha? Make sure you do that. Next thing we're gonna do is buttons. And remember, these are the actual button elements. We already did their parent, and so now we're gonna do styling on the actual buttons. So our height is gonna be just 60 pixels. Again, this is just me eyeballing it. It looks right, so I'm doing it. So the height of each button is gonna be 60 pixels. And button. It should be button, not buttons. Keep trying to plural stuff. There we go. Okay, so height is 60 pixels. Background color is going to be white. And no border. Again, basically what we're doing here is we're just removing the default styling. Buttons do have a built-in default styling. We're kind of getting rid of that and applying our own. And we're also going to put a border radius, and we're gonna apply border radius elsewhere too. But oh, sorry. And another thing I need to do up here is I need to put a border. I want to put a border on my parent element for the calculator buttons. We're gonna do yellow. Yeah. Okay. So now we can clearly see everything has a border around it. Our buttons still look ugly. We're gonna put a border radius on our buttons now. What does border radius do? If I say border radius, what does that do? Somebody tell me. Dig in your brain for CSS skills. Round, yeah, rounds it out. Circle. I like the circle in all caps. That's great. Yeah, exactly. Yep, you got it. All right, so border radius. Now, it depends on the size of your buttons, but we're gonna do 30 pixels, and that'll work better once we apply the flex. Um, Font size is gonna be 4 rem. Again, just eyeballing it. You can do something different. Let's see how that looks. We're getting there. Our buttons still look ugly, but we're getting there. Font weight is gonna be bold. Color is black. They already are black, but we're just gonna, for completeness. Um, Color black. Okay, now, and then we're also gonna, sorry, I'm gonna add margin and padding first, and then we will get to the flex. Pad 7 pixels, and padding is gonna be 5 pixels. Again, margin goes on the outside, padding goes on the inside. Okay, okay. Now we're getting somewhere, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. LRP, yeah. So 30 pixels is 50% since the height is 60 pixels. Yeah. Yep. And 1 rem is 10 pixels right now. Yep. At least as far as I know. Yep. So we're getting there. We're getting there. It's still, but our buttons are still, they still look weird, right? Like we have two, we want to get it so we have our 4 buttons on each row, and and so it's formatted the way that we would expect. So we're going to back up just a little bit, and we're going to add some additional formatting on our calculator, which is the box with the red border, and our calculator buttons box, and we're gonna start forcing things into alignment the way they should be. Okay, so on our calculator box, we're going to add a little bit of padding to the inside. So we're going to add some padding, and it's going to be 40 pixels. Again, goes on the inside. So let's see what that does. Okay, so that forces the screen and the inner box, its child. It forces the child inward. So that's good. It puts a nice border around it. And we're also going to add some padding top just to force the screen down a little bit. And padding top is going to be 75 pixels. Again, I know I can shorthand this. I just don't want to. All right, so let's just go back to our reference image really quickly, and we'll look. Okay, so now it's looking better, right? Now it's looking better. Our screen is shoved down nicely, and our keys and our screen are both are pushed in from the sides, so looks very good. It's coming together. Okay, so what else do we need on the outside? What else do we need on our red box, on our red border box, to make it look more like the image? Got to round the calculator. Exactly. We need a border radius, right? Um, so let's add it here. I'm going to add it above the border because we're going to get rid of that border radius. Yep. And this is open to interpretation. I said 25 pixels, but it's up to you. Oops, not 35, 25. 25 pixels. All right. Hey, very nice. Yeah. Making sure I didn't miss any questions here. Pink Star, I'm glad you're having fun. Yeah, Naomi. So rem is basically a relative unit of measurement, and it measures based on the size of the text. So if you remember, if you recall, in our up top here, we declared, kind of set our initial font size, and so that means that anytime you use rem, it's going to essentially multiply off of the font size. So essentially what we did here is we set our font size to 10 pixels, and we then multiplied that. So anytime we use rem, we're essentially saying, like, um, multiply by the font size. Yeah, That's all it is. It's really so that way we can adjust our font size and it'll change anything that and it'll change all of the units that use rem. And that just makes global changes more quickly. I'm scrolling back down through the chat here. There's a lot of chat tonight. Okay, Eunice, we're gonna let's finish the CSS first, and then we'll scroll back through it. Okay. And yeah, we're gonna compulsive. We're not quite done with the buttons yet. We're doing a little bit of cleanup on some of the parent elements because we want our parent elements to be correct before we try to flex, and then we can tweak our flex to align the buttons exactly how we want them. Yep. Do I take breaks in my stream? Yes, I do. And we will take a break after you finish the CSS. Sound good? And we're almost done, I promise. All right, so we've got our calculator. I think that's done. I'm just double checking with my notes here. Forgive me. All right, making sure we didn't forget anything. Absolute 50/50 translate. 400 padding. Yep. Okay, calculator's done. Screen, we need to, let's see, I think we might be good with that. We did our padding. Yep. Screen looks good. There was no curved corners on the screen, so we can leave that as is. Now, for our calculator buttons, if you notice in the reference image, so again, when I say calculator buttons, I'm talking about the container that's holding all the buttons, that yellow container on the screen there. If you notice in the reference image, the buttons are pushed inward, right? They're pushed inwards more than the screen. The container that holds our buttons obviously needs to be slightly narrower than the screen itself. So what we need to do there is we need to apply a little extra padding to our yellow bucket to make it look like this reference image. So let's do that. So we're going to add some padding. And I just added padding all the way around, 15 pixels. Again, open to interpretation. Will this stream be available for viewing later? Yes, it will. It will be available for viewing, and it will be available on my Twitch channel. So you can see the whole VOD. It's all good. All right, so this is good. It's forced our buttons inward a little bit. And then I did add a little padding on the bottom. I don't know that it's necessary. Probably overkill. I added 5 pixels of padding on the bottom because I'm a perfectionist. All right. But you don't have to do that. And what that does is it essentially squinches the buttons down a little bit because again, cascading style, right? First thing it does is it applies the padding all the way around 15 pixels. And then it says, oh, actually, I'm going to only apply 5 pixels to the bottom because it's cascades and it goes in order from top to bottom. Okay, now the moment we've all been waiting for, the flex. The flex. Let's get flexible. All right, so we're finally ready to apply our flex on our buttons. Could you also justify content center? Well, you got to be careful about that. Because I suppose you could, but my philosophy is that I like to control where my items are going to go as much as possible by enclosing them in parents and formatting the parents to essentially force the children to be in exactly the right place, as close as we can get it to the right place. So that's why I chose to do padding on the parent. Otherwise, you might have items rattling around inside of the parent in ways that you don't expect. So my choice doesn't have to be yours. Yeah, I'm using Flexbox because we haven't done grid in class. Exactly. So let's flex. We're gonna say flex grow. So our flex properties. Let's review here. So when we say flex, let's look at the syntax here real quick. So the properties are going to be flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. So flex grow essentially tells our item to take how many spaces on the row it should occupy. So, oh, and I'm sure I will, Mr. Yeah, I love grid, I'm sure. And I've seen it used. I just don't have the fluency to use it myself yet. Um, so yeah, so the properties in flex are flex grow, flex shrink, and optional flex basis. So flex grow is telling our item it's going to take up the equivalent of one space on the row. So let's just start there. Flex one. Okay, nothing really changed, right? Okay, flex shrink, nothing changed there either. Now, so essentially what this is doing is you can see it's lined everything up so that it's taking up the optimum amount of space that it possibly can. But we want to force it so there's only 4 items on the row. So now we're going to put a flex basis on there. And essentially that's going to give more guidelines for our items on how much space they should occupy. Okay, let's just start with let's try, well, okay. We want 4 items on a row, right? We want 4 items on a row. So if we were thinking about this, just forgetting any other factors, what might we say for our percentage that we want the item to occupy? If we want 4 items on a row, what might we try as our first percentage? Yeah. Yep. 25. So let's just try that. We're experimenting. We're learning here. So 25%. Let's try it. Okay. That's not bad, right? That's not bad. Um what why might it have wrapped sooner than we expected? Why might it have done that? Does anybody have any ideas? Yeah, it's not bad, certainly. And this would be perfectly acceptable, but we're trying to get as close as possible to the reference image, right? Yes, piece of shoot. You're exactly right. We need a smaller percentage because we've added additional properties here, right? We've added a margin. We've added padding. Or I guess the margin is really the only one that matters, but we've added properties that are going to push our row items apart from each other. So let's reduce it. Let's try 20. No, Blue Mango. So if you type the flex property into your VS Code and hover over it, you can see that there's other additional components rather than just flex one. So hover over it with your mouse and read more about those. And then you can also click on the MDN reference and read more about it there. Yep. So let's try 20. Oh, hello. That's looking almost like what we want, right? That's looking almost that looks even better. Yeah, right, exactly, piece of shoot. You're exactly right. And I kind of correct myself there, but I do want to be clear. Padding doesn't interfere with the padding doesn't interfere with our flex. It's really the margin that interferes. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, my design is fine. But it still doesn't match the reference image. So we're almost there. Yep. So let's just be real incremental about this. Okay. Still not quite, but remember that I have borders on here and that can be enough to mess things up. So make it a little smaller. There we go. That looks better. Yeah. So we just had to bounce it down by another couple percentages, right? 16. Yeah. And yeah, we can go smaller if you wanted. I mean, it's no biggie. But 18 works. So we'll just stick there. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So 18 works. So we'll stick with that. Margin padding. Yep. I think we're good there. Um, so the last thing I want to do is I want to format um, the all clear button to be slightly different, because if you notice, our all clear button isn't quite sitting the same as the other buttons on the other rows because AC takes up more space physically. And I'm a perfectionist and I want my buttons to be round, dang it. They should be round buttons like this. Like they should be round, all of them. So I want to do a little bit of yeah, doggy. Yeah, exactly. He's right here. I want to do a little bit of extra formatting on my all clear button specifically. So we do need to go back to our HTML really quickly and give that a class so that we can mess with it. So I'm going to go back to my HTML, scroll down to my all clear, and I am going to give it a class of all clear. Come on. Class equals all, oops, I'm going to be consistent here, all clear. Yeah. Okay. This will allow us to do specific formatting on the item itself. Okay. Saved. Go back to our CSS. And for all clear. Now for this, I'm using the dot. Can anybody tell me why? I think somebody mentioned this in chat earlier, but I want to make sure it's clear. Why didn't I have to use the dot notation here on button? Why didn't I do that? Exactly. Yep. Button is an element. Yep. Yeah, we just selected that. Yeah, because they're all buttons, right? So yeah, you guys got it. You guys remember more than you think. Everybody was like, I don't remember any CSS, but of course you do. You remember. You know what you're talking about. All right, so for my all clear, this is just personal preference. I wanted the background color to be red. I wanted the color to be white. I want the font size, and I'm going to shrink the font size a little bit so that it makes my button round. Again, personal preference. So, boop. Hey, there we go. That looks better. Yeah. So now everything looks very uniform, and it looks like the reference images. I mean, you could tweak the margins by like a few pixels or whatever, but I don't think it's necessary at this point. It looks pretty good, I'd say. What do you guys think? Of course, we need to get rid of the borders, right? Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, so let's look at the flex really quickly. We're not going to spend too much time, but so flex basis, I think the question was about. So it sets, so I'm just reading straight from the MDN here. It sets the initial main size of a flex item. So it sets the size of the item with in relation to the parent, essentially. So since we set our flex grow property to 1, it doesn't do any initial styling on it. It just assumes this item is taking up 1 spot on the row. And then the flex basis is what's really controlling the sizing. Yeah, and so exactly, piece of shoot. You explained it really well. The basis affects the elements here. So that each element will take up to 18% depending on the grow and shrink values. Exactly. So it's not going to take up any more than 18%, but it's going to grow as large as it can to get close to that 18% of the row. Yep, that's a good explanation, piece of shoot. And so I think with the grow shrink, the layout is, hang on. I think with the grow shrink, the layout is a bit fragile on the button label. The layout is a bit fragile. Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, if you were doing this dynamically, if you were like generating dynamic button labels with like strings or whatever inside of them, like words, then yeah, you might not want to do it this way. However, you might want to set, give them static sizes in pixels or whatever. Especially if you wanted like multiple buttons on a website to all have the same format with different words inside of them, then yeah, you would probably set them and give them a static size in pixels. But in this case, this lets us do our layout super quick because we know that these button labels are never going to change, right? Our calculator is essentially visually finished. We're not going to change any of those. And so this is just a really nice, quick way to auto generate the layout without having to worry about it too much. Well, that's true, like font substitution. However, I didn't do any, essentially, I didn't even declare a font. I'm just using what the default font. So we could set it to a specific font to try to prevent that. Um, but it should just, I feel like it's going to work most of the time. I mean, you could build it yourself and try it on a mobile browser and see like if it's going to be screwy, um, visually crispy. No, that's okay. That's a reasonable thing to bring up, coffee. Yeah, the fact that if you are, you do have to be cognizant. If you're building an app, you have to be cognizant of how it's going to be displayed and how different browsers, devices might affect that display. Absolutely, it's a reasonable consideration. Yeah. Your numbers aren't centered top, bottom, inside the buttons. Did you apply padding inside? If you apply the padding, that'll help shove them away from the edges. Um, so let's get rid of the borders as well. That way we can really see it properly. Um, so let's get rid of the borders. Boop. Okay, good. And we'll get rid of the border around the screen. And get rid of the border around the whole thing. There we go. Looks good. Are we going to do hover? Yes, we are. That's the last thing we're going to do. It's just a little bit of a good looking thing. I think it's browser font maybe. Yeah, and that's probably a problem because we didn't actually set a font. We didn't set a font family. So I mean, we could. Um, you could set a font family of like, I don't know, font family. I was just I mean like Helvetica or something. You just do like Arial, Helvetica, Sans Serif. Yeah. So and I think that's what it's doing by default, or Helvetica area, whatever. I just picked one. Um, oh, hello, it's Rufio. Hi, good to see you. I didn't say I liked your visually crispy phrase, but I didn't see you posted it. Good to see you. I'm using Replit, and my calculator is appearing huge. Can't see full center image. It's appearing huge. Interesting. I'm not familiar with Replit. Anybody with more knowledge maybe could answer that? Equal sign. How is it that long? Oh, that's a great question. And that's essentially because we have let it be that long. Because oh yeah, Roboto is a good calculator font as well. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I'm getting down to the bottom here. Um, okay, so yeah, the equal sign is essentially taking up all the available space on the row because there's nothing to stop it from doing that. Um, and I think I may have had it backwards when I was talking about flex spaces earlier, in that we set flex grow to 1, so we set it to essentially take up one space on the row, or have equal space on the row compared to its neighbors, really. Um, and so in this case, each of these items is going to have equal space because there's 4 of them, so they each take up the same amount of space, right? Now the equal sign, just by the nature that it's the odd one out, got shoved onto the last row. And so it gets to take up all the space. So I just thought that was a cool little, I mean, I didn't really intend that. It just kind of happened that way. Yeah. Um, and so in this case, I think it's the 18%, it really isn't applying because there's only one item, right? And so it's just able to take up all the space on the row. It doesn't have to fight for space. Why doesn't flex 2? Well, because we're applying it. That's a good question. So Prod by Moose asked, why doesn't flex 2? Why doesn't flex 2 make a difference? Well, because we're applying it to all the buttons simultaneously. Where you can get more mileage out of like flex 1, flex 2, flex 3, whatever, is if you apply it to individual buttons. Like let's say I wanted the divide button to take up 2 spaces on the row and all the other buttons to essentially take up 1. I could apply flex 2 to a single button and make it jockey for space with the other buttons on the row. So try applying it to like a single button and see what happens there. It doesn't make any difference if we apply it to all the buttons at once because they're still going to take up equal space on the row. Yeah. Good question though. Yeah, the flex grow default is 0, so 1 will try to take up the free space. Exactly. Yeah, so try applying it to an individual button, like one of like the 3 or something, and give the 3 button like an ID or something, and then just mess around with that and see what happens. Give it give the specific 3 button and an ID of something, and then apply flex 2 to that, and you should see a difference. Yep. Right, exactly. It's good to practice this stuff, isn't it? So glad to do CSS again. Exactly. We got to practice this stuff and go back to it and remember what we're supposed to be doing with CSS. Because I don't know about you, but like even the last like 4 or 5 projects that I've done on stream have had almost 0 CSS. We did all the styling in like JavaScript and all the formatting and layout in JavaScript, really. So this was fun. Okay, I think we got to do hover. Oh my goodness. So again, aesthetic choice, but when I hover my mouse over a button, I want to be able to see which button I'm hovering over before I click it, right? So in order to do that, I can add a button hover. Hover, there we go. I can add button hover and then give that a different background color. And I just picked a color that I felt looked good, so I'm going to copy and paste from my notes. I just like this color, and I just messed around until I found it. So, whoop, there we go. I just like that color. That's what you get. So now, when I hover my mouse over it, it looks better. Yeah, yeah. And like Week was like, I used gray. And yes, that is perfectly valid to do. And that's what I do. I do a lot. You can tell. I'm just like, man, I don't want to deal with this. Just friggin' type the color name. Yeah. Yeah, and Coffee, thank you for the explanation there on flex basis, flex grow. It's like a fraction, but the denominator is the sum of all the flex grow values. So 1/4 versus 2/8 if all the grows are 2. Exactly. That's a really good explanation. Thank you. That was better than mine. Yep. Do I do new project every stream? Yes. Sometimes some streams I'll do homework. Some streams I'll do a project. It really depends. So check my Twitter and you'll be able to see in advance what I'm going to be talking about. Um, I always post about my topic beforehand, so you can decide if you want to attend, if it's worth it for you. Oh, and Taco, you redeemed a stretch. Sorry, I didn't see that. Okay, I stretched. And we are going to take a break here very shortly. I promise. You guys have been so good. You guys have been hanging on with me. I'm sure some people have to use the restroom and do other things. Am I in this cohort? Yes, I am. I am learning along with you guys. I am a developer, but I am a SQL developer. So I don't know anything about HTML, CSS, JavaScript. I know nothing. I don't know anything about object-oriented programming language because SQL is not an object-oriented programming language. You can use objects in tables. In database tables, you can use objects, and there are objects that exist in SQL, but it is not an object-oriented programming language. Thanks, Static. Really interested in databases. Well, yeah, I'm happy to talk about them. Message me on Discord. We can have a convo. Yeah. All right. So I think that does it for the CSS. So I promised you guys a break, and I think we should do one. It's been about an hour and a half. So what do you guys want me to leave? I think somebody said they wanted to see the HTML if you came late. You guys cool if I leave up the HTML? Is that okay? Is that what we want to see? Select star from one of our devs. Yeah, exactly. Now AC is centered. It might just look a little odd on the screen. I think it's centered as far as I can see. Okay, or I can put it in a glitch. Yeah. Yeah, while we're on the break, so I need to do something on break, but maybe, well, okay, let's think about this. So I do want you guys to have the code. So I'll show the HTML, and while I'm doing that, um, oops, come on. I'll show as much of the HTML as I can get on the screen, and then while I'm doing it on my other screen, I'm going to create a glitch really quickly. Um, and so the top of this is just header, standard header. Okay, so I'm not going to show that, but I am going to show the meat of the HTML here. So I think this gets most of it in there. So we just have the header, right? Then we have an opening body tag, and then this is the meat of the HTML for you. And I'm going to set up a glitch as well. Is it on GitHub? My version is, this version is not yet. It's not. I'm going to set up a glitch. And also too, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set a timer for 10 minutes. You guys can all go on break. While we're on break, I'm going to set up a glitch real quick. That won't take 10 minutes. And I'm going to go do my stuff and we'll finish out the break. Okay, let's do it. 10-minute timer. Sounds like a plan. All right. I don't know if you guys can see that. I'm going to stop it and reset it. Start over. Oop, stop, reset. And hopefully you guys can see that. And timer starts now. Okay. All right. See you back here in just a minute. I'm going to set up a glitch while we're talking. I'm going to share the glitch in the chat. Okay. Hang on. I'm going to grab a new tab here. Don't worry. I'll go back. I just need to grab a tab. I don't remember the keyboard shortcut. I got stream brain. Okay. Actually, no, I'm going to do it in CodePen. That's just what I've been doing for a lot of my streams, is putting things in CodePen. Prior to GitHub, I was using CodePen. So that's what you get. You don't get a choice. You get CodePen. Okay, I'm gonna grab the HTML. And grab the, I'm gonna switch away from the HTML just for a second, just grabbing the CSS. I'll switch back, promise. Okay, back to HTML, there you go. And there we go. And we're gonna call this push calculator for stream. Okay, save. Okay, and I'm going to share this in chat. I think that should do it. Hang on. All right, there you go. It's shared in chat. So now I'm going to go on break. I'll be back in a few minutes. And that's just, again, that's just HTML and CSS. We haven't got to JavaScript yet. Okay, 1 minute warning, folks. 1 minute warning. Come on back. I promise I will stomp it before it beeps. And the cat is back. Okay, that's good enough. 5 seconds, give or take. All right. So welcome back, everybody. I posted the code for the HTML and CSS in a code pen. If you scroll up just a little bit, you can see it. Or actually, I'll just post it again. There's no harm in that. Boop. There we go. Posted it again. You can take a look if you're having trouble with the HTML and CSS following along. Just grab it. Oh, yeah. Floyd Well. Oh, yeah. Thanks for coming. You can always catch the VOD later. Oh, yeah. I wanted to look at this, and that is so cool. Look at just take a minute. Let me reload this. Hang on. Wow, look at that. It's shooting stars. They took so if you guys don't know what I'm looking at here, in my last stream, we made a really cool Windows 95 screensaver, and it's like bouncing balls. Like if you remember the old Windows 95 like pipes and angles and stuff like that. Look what they did with it. That's so cool. I know. They made shooting stars. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you so much for sharing this with me. So cool. Yeah, and if you do make something cool after one of my streams, like if you take this calculator and modify it, if you make a cool Wordle clone, or if you make a cool screensaver, tag me on Twitter so that I can be sure to see it, because I look at every single one and I love them all. So thank you. Okay, so back to it. Oh yeah, we need a little Darth Sidious flying through, like a Star Destroyer or Death Star up there. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. How often do I stream? You can find my schedule on my Twitch channel, but generally I am Wednesday and Sunday evenings. Any changes to that schedule will, like if I need to cancel for a day or something like that, I'll post on Twitter. But yeah, Wednesdays and Sunday evenings, you can get the exact time in your time zone on my Twitch channel on the schedule tab. Yeah. Okay, so here we're back. Yeah, Eunice, yeah, go ahead and check out my yeah, go ahead and check out the prior stream if you want to build that cool a cool screensaver like that. And the cool thing about that is the properties are super easy to tweak, so you can make something awesome like that star field without too much stress. Yeah, really great, awesome. Okay, so now we're getting into now we're going to get to the nitty gritty. JavaScript. Oh boy. Okay, so because right now, right, we have our HTML. Excuse me, I need to cough. 1 sec. I'm gonna mute for just a sec while I do that. Okay, so we have our HTML and we have our CSS, right? But they don't do anything. So our buttons are clickable, but nothing happens. So now we need to put the guts inside of our calculator. Time for my hair to fall out. Well, maybe, but maybe not. And you know, before we get too far into this, I want to say that like there's no right way to do this stuff. And I keep saying that over and over again because I think people get discouraged. Like they're like, oh, well, I did it a different way, or oh, was the way that I did it wrong? No, it wasn't. Leon said, you know, during office hours today, and I really appreciate when he repeats this. He said, you know, the main criteria is, does it work? Okay, good, then you did it. You know, does it work, and does it meet the criteria for the assignment? Like, and the assignment was make a calculator. Does it work, and is it a calculator? Great, you win. And you know, he does want us to use objects for it, so we're going to take our best crack at that. But is my way using objects going to be the right way? I don't know. I mean, we haven't even covered object oriented stuff in class yet. I'm just winging it. So let's wing it together. And hopefully, maybe the stuff that I'm doing will help inspire you to build something better. And I'm probably gonna, after Tuesday's class, I'm probably gonna go back and rebuild this entire JavaScript, like probably soup to nuts. But we're just doing the best we can with what we got. We're throwing spaghetti at the wall and we're seeing what sticks. Exactly. Yeah. You say you know what you want to do in JavaScript, but you never know how to execute. Um, yeah, I mean, it could be that you just don't have the right, um, you know, the right methods yet, or the right terminology yet. That could be. Some of it you can get around a lot of that by just creative googling, by just saying, hey, I want to do X thing, I want to do a certain thing, and then googling to see how to do that thing and just copying the Lego bricks. I know a bit, and I just clicked here from Twitch because I couldn't sleep. Yeah, I mean, you can give suggestions. I'm gonna kind of go off of my notes of what I already built, because I do have it built and working, and I'm gonna go off of like my version of how I got it to work. But you're welcome to suggest, oh, hey, that's bad practice, or hey, maybe this would be a much easier way to implement that. I mean, it sounds like you're pretty knowledgeable. um so yeah, you're welcome to I love it when chat, when people say, hey, this is why that works. If I'm not able to articulate it well, which I'm often not. I love it when people use chat as a vehicle to share their knowledge. I'm never going to say, hey, shut up. Like, that's never ever, because me doing these streams is how I learn too. So long and short of it is, you're welcome to share your knowledge. Oh, you did grid version. Awesome. Yeah, if you want to share a code pen or GitHub or something of that, yeah, go for it. Um, so Civic, let me answer that. So Civic asks, if I want to build a calculator, I feel like if I just Google how to make a calculator in JS and copy code, it's just cheating. So if you are just copying and pasting into your code, then yeah, you're copying somebody else's work and you didn't put any thought into it. If you are following a tutorial, stopping after each step, like if you're following a tutorial and you end up with essentially what the tutorial is trying to teach you, and you stop at the end of each step and you examine not only what it's doing, but why it's doing that, like why does that function work that way, then I would say you're doing something far more valid than just copying and pasting and running it and saying this is mine. Um, so it just depends on how you apply it, right? If you're dissecting somebody's code, looking at each line and saying, "Oh, that's why that works," then I think you're getting something valuable out of it. Exactly, piece of shoot. It's not really cheating if you read the code and make an effort to understand it. And I would say more than just make an effort, like actually understand it. If you can write each line and say, I know why this is working. I may not have thought of this, but I know why this is working, and I could explain it to someone else like I do on stream. This is partly why I do these streams, because to force myself to understand it. So yeah, that's my thought. Yeah, you got to know the why. Exactly. Okay, so with that being said, let's get into it. And I will say, this is my code. This is my version. I looked at other calculators that are out there to get some inspiration on just on general ways to put stuff together. Like, oh, you could maybe use a switch statement or something like that to parse inputs and that kind of thing. But this is my version, not the right version, not the wrong version, mine. So your version should hopefully look very different than mine. Alrighty. Yeah, and exactly. You can also use the stuff you learned from the code or tutorial to build stuff that's different. And I do that all the time. It helps give you more bricks in your Lego bucket. All right, here we go. Let's get into it. Let me get my notes pulled up here. 2 seconds. Okay, so let's think about, what do we need a calculator to do? So the basic functions, we'll make some notes here at the top. We're going to say required functions. or required abilities, I should say, abilities of a calculator. I can spell. Required abilities of a calculator. Now, these are going to be the things that our calculator has to do. Quick maths. Exactly. Yeah. You making yours purple and lime green? Awesome. Do it. So required abilities of a calculator, right? It has to accept user inputs. It has to essentially recognize inputs and perform calculations. And yeah, and oh yeah, that's right. And yep, thank you, Mr. Deb. It also has to, yeah, it has to store the inputs, right? So I'm going to put that above actually. So it has to accept them. It has to store inputs, and then it has to recognize what those inputs are. It has to recognize, what's a number, what's an operator, whatever, and then perform calculations on them. And then the last thing it has to do, it has to return a result. So those are the required things that a calculator essentially has to do. When I approached the project, I had some additional things that I wanted to see, things I want. Optional things. I'm going to say optional things. Optional features. And I'm also going to say accept user inputs of number, operator, and number, right? Because that's at the bare minimum. That's what a calculator is going to do. Is it's going to take in one number, it's going to take in an operator of some kind, and it's going to take in a second number at the bare minimum. Yeah, compulsive, exactly. Has to spell words when you turn it upside down. I think that depends on what font you use. If you want to get real old school, you can spell some stuff out, right? We all did that. And good to see we're thinking of a plan. Exactly. Because I was seeing from a lot of folks, like on Twitter and stuff like that, that they were happy I was doing this stream because they had a really hard time just knowing where to start. Like, well, what do we even, there's so many possibilities. Like, what do we even do? So we're writing it out first, and we're thinking about what's essential and then what else we can do. So for optional features, this is my preference. I wanted the ability to should accept longer arithmetic, I don't know, or arithmetic operations. So here we're just gonna, this is my version of the calculator. So I just flip back to it really quickly. So for example, instead of just 56 plus 3, I wanted it to also be able to accept plus 3 divided by 2. I want it to be able to accept longer strings. That's my preference. It doesn't have to. I just wanted that. And also I want it to display the input as it is being entered. I'm going to say display all input as it's being entered. And because a lot of the calculators that you find online, like the tutorials that you find, they don't do that. They'll show like the first number. So they'll show like 3. And then if I said plus 3, the display wouldn't change at all. It doesn't show the operator, and it doesn't show the string as you enter it. So it just stay 3 the whole time until I hit equals, and then it would suddenly pop to 6. I don't like that. So I want it to show the whole input string. Just me. You don't have to do that. Yeah, exactly. Everybody's giving their creative suggestions on what to type into old school calculators. Oh, and should accept decimal numbers. Yeah, that's a good point. So accept should accept decimal numbers. Yep. So that's a required input, I would say. Display all input as being entered. And then the other optional feature that I wanted was that after I complete an arithmetic operation, so 3 plus 3, I hit equals, I want that 6 to now be the start of my new operation. So if I start a new operation, I want to say 6 plus 6. Well, no, no, it's fine. 6 plus 6. So the previous total now becomes the start of my new operation until I hit clear, which resets back to 0, right? So 2 plus 3 equals, and then 5 is now the start of my new operation. I say 5 times 6, get that, and it can just go on forever like that. So that's what I wanted. I wanted to store previous total as start of next operation. And then the last thing is, this was, a feature that wasn't in the original assignment. Clear button should clear all entries. Okay, so we've got a good list here of both required and optional features. And these are the features that I implemented. I'm seeing some folks, and yeah, I'm seeing some folks suggesting additional features, and yeah, you're welcome to put those into your version. Absolutely. I hope to see that on Twitter. I want to see that additional input handling. Yeah, that would be great. And it should identify errors. Yeah, exactly. And prod by, yes, we are going to do that. And we're actually going to do that. So that's another thing too. Should prevent, and we're going to say, rather than identifying errors, we're going to walk that back, and we're going to prevent invalid. Remember what we said earlier. We want to essentially prevent bad inputs before they make it. We want to prevent bad inputs as soon as possible in our code, right? We don't want it to get to the evaluate step. We don't want to pass anything bad to our actual evaluation step. We want to stop that and only pass things to be evaluated that actually makes sense. So we want to prevent invalid inputs, operators next to each other. Hydrate. Thank you. Yep. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna get that. Operators next to each other. 2 decimal points. Yeah. So that sort of thing. We want to prevent that. Yeah. So as much as possible, we're going to try to constrain our user inputs. Yep. And yeah, so we're doing slightly, yep, sanitize, exactly. So we're doing slightly more than what strictly what an old school calculator might do, but this is what I wanted, so that's what we're gonna do because it's my stream. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. This is the kind of stuff I thought would be fun. I would say if you're doing your own version, this right here is probably only the stuff that you should do. So you don't have to worry about the optional stuff. All right, now let's actually think about how we can do that. So focusing on required features wherever possible. Coffee. One thing old calculators did is repeat the last operation if equals was pressed repeatedly. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Now I feel like I need to go to my parents' house and dig inside their junk drawer and get one of those old calculators and see and try that. Next time I visit my parents, I'm just gonna run right past them and into the kitchen. They're gonna be like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I need a calculator." Yeah, because I know they have one somewhere. Start with negative number. Yeah. So yeah, another thing is, and I'm trying to remember if does my version work with that? I honestly don't remember if I did that or not. Negative 0 point. Oops. So I don't have that coded exactly right. I don't have the specific case where it starts with a negative, but let's see if it still works. Again, this is my version. No, it doesn't like that. Okay, so good catch. I can start things with negative, but I don't have it properly coded to fix that extra 0 there at the beginning. So I'll fix that. I'm actually noting that in in my version. So I'll fix that later. Not going to fix it on stream, just because this stream's already going to go long enough, but fix starting with negative. Yeah. Okay. Are the inputs always going to involve just two numbers? No, that's the thing. I wanted to specifically, I wanted to have it. So that's, again, that's our optional feature right here. Should accept longer arithmetic operations. I wanted to be able to do 2 plus 2 plus 3 plus 6 and have it still work. That was important to me. Yeah, and we could put a like a negate button on there. I know a lot of older calculators have that as well, like a negative button. Yeah, that could be an option to have a specific button for that. Okay, so let's start coding. So I would say the most vital feature out of all of these is probably the ability to actually grab the user input and determine what that is, right? Keep going to see what happens in the display. Well, I can tell you what happens. It right now it's going to fall off the edge just because I don't have that. I don't have that. So it's going off. It's trailing off. It hits the left edge and it's just trailing off from there. You can obviously limit it to X number of characters, right? I don't have that. So that's what'll happen. Okay, so I would say probably the most vital thing is to grab user input, make sure it's valid, right? So figure out which button was being clicked, and then pass that user input onward. So, there's a lot of ways you could do this, but obviously it's going to involve event listeners, right? So we're going to need to add some event listeners to our buttons here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to need to listen for those buttons to be clicked, right? And then essentially grab the value of the button that was clicked and pass that onward. Use word wrap. Yeah, I mean you could flex it to wrap to the next line, or you could force it to stop. I mean that's up to you. What you would want to do there. So what we're going to do is we're going to add some event listeners, and we've done this a lot of times, right? So hang on, forgive me, I need to resize my notes window here a little bit so I can see better. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to essentially right now I'm going to assign my buttons to a variable called keys, and this is pretty common when you're dealing with key inputs. Is using the variable of keys to essentially assign it to document query selector keys. So document dot query selector, and I'm going to assign this to the parent class, our class of calculator buttons. So this will allow for essentially it will listen for clicks. Calculator. There we go. Buttons. And so what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to listen for clicks anywhere inside of the calculator button. It's not going to matter what button we click on. This is going to fire if we click anywhere inside the container, right? And I'm going to switch over to the demo calculator here. It's going to fire if we click anywhere inside the container. But it's only going to work if we actually click a button, and we'll get to that in a second. But we're going to say keys dot add event listener. So we're going to add an event listener on inside this whole container, right? We've done that a bunch. Yeah, we could add an event listener for each button, or yeah, and that's what we're going to do, Chew, is the easier way, in my opinion, is to add an event listener to the whole container and only pass the value if they actually clicked on a button, and we can extract that value. So that's what we're going to do. So we're adding an event listener on the whole container, and it's going to be on click, right? So when it's clicked, then we want to pass an event, and then we're going to do some extracting on what gets passed. So on click, we're going to have now we're going to have a function that's going to do some, or we're going to have essentially, we're going to perform a bunch of operations on what gets passed into this function. So I'm going to type this out first, and then we'll talk about what's happening. So just bear with me for a second. So we're going to say const, because I think this is really cool. And I picked this up just from Googling around. Const target event. You don't have to understand this right away. Just bear with me for a second. Const value equals target. And if not target, if target doesn't match button, return else. We're going to put a comment here for now. Pass to parse method. And then I'm also going to add a console log here just to show us what's happening. Console log thing is, and we're going to start with event, and then we'll go from there. Event. Okay, so let's pause for a second and look at this. Yeah, and a few of you do know what's happening here. So we're doing some object destructuring. Exactly. Yep. And what we're doing is we're essentially passing a whole bunch of stuff. This event parameter is essentially passing everything that it can grab. And I'll show you what's passing. So it's taking the whole event, it's passing it inward. And so what we're doing is we're drilling down into that object to grab the value, the actual value of the button that was clicked. That's all we're trying to get here. Is we're trying to get the value of the button that was clicked, and then we're going to pass value to basically to the whole rest of the operation. So it's okay. This is super confusing, but let's walk through it and we'll see what's happening here. So first of all, let's see what the heck event is. And I'm actually going to take this out of a string for just a second. We're going to console log event, and we're going to see what that even is. Okay. So I'm going to save this, and now I'm going to click a 3. Okay. So nothing happens, which is as expected, but I'm going to open the console and we're going to look at it there. Okay. Hang on. Console log. That should work. What did I do? Of course, it's not working now. I must be missing something. I swear this worked before. Maybe do I need to pass it in as, hang on, pass it in like this? Is that what I did before? Okay, click something here. Oh, come on. Hang on, let me see if I made a typo. Console, no, I want to log the whole, I want to log the whole event to show you what's in that object. But let's try this. All right, let's try this. Try target instead. Still not. I think I'm missing something. I don't think my clicks are even registering. Let me check, because I think my JavaScript is good. I think I'm missing something else. Oh, wait, no, I got it. I have a typo. It's target matches. There we go. That'll do it. That's it. Typo. It's usually a typo that gets me. All right, let's try this again. No, still not. Okay, something else is wrong. Bear with me. Target matches button. Link to the JS file, log the value. I don't want to log the value though, because the value is just going to give me 3. I want to log the actual object that's being passed, and I want to show you how we drill down into that object. So let me just look at this. There's no errors. I did save. I'll make sure I link to the script, but I think, oh, maybe I didn't. Hang on. No, I didn't link to the script. Yeah, y'all were right. It's the easiest possible mistake to make, right? You don't link to your flippin' script. Yeah, y'all were right. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, and some people saying, yeah, mine is working. Yeah, well, that's because you guys are smarter than me, and you've linked to your flippin' scripts. Okay, source. Come on, source. Yeah, got. Yeah, somebody play got. Absolutely. Um, somebody play first try. Okay. Yeah, everybody's saying it all the time. Yep. Why script on the bottom? Well, that's because you can put it anywhere technically, but in terms of necessity, as far as what we need to see on a page, the HTML should always come first. The script is optional. So if for some reason our execution of the page is interrupted, we want the script to be the thing that's cut off. The HTML is the most essential part. Yeah, JS load last. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you could you get fancy and use like defer or something like that. But in general, what Leon recommends is that we put our script at the bottom. So I've seen it in various places, but yeah. All right, let's try it again. Okay. Jeepers creepers. There we go. That's what I wanted. Criminy. All right. That took long enough. Okay, let me try to make this. I'm going to change my window size here a little bit so I can make this a little bigger. Okay, so look at this. So what I did is on click, right? We're passing in this thing called event. Um, pointer event. Yep. And I wanted to show you guys what's actually being passed in. And it is a friggin' big object, right? Look at all this. Look at all these properties. It's an object with a crap ton of properties. And there's so many different things here that we could grab. But really, all we don't care about any of this, right? We just want what is the thing that they clicked on. Posture check. Oh, thank you. Yep. Oh, and hydrate. Thanks, Silent. Doing it. Mm. Thank you. Thank you. Um, yeah. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to extract out of this object just one of those properties. We want to get the target property because we know we want to grab information about the specific button that was clicked. So we want to grab this target property out of this whole giant event object, and we can do that by deconstructing event and extracting the target property. And so what this line is it's really just shorthand and saying, hey, reach into event and specifically extract the target property. That's all that's doing. And we could say like event.target and assign that to like a variable or whatever. This is just shorthand. This is all this is, and it's called deconstruction. So you don't have to use this. You can do it longhand. Nothing wrong with that. I just did this because it looked cool and I wanted to learn what was happening. So many things, right? And so we really only want one of those things. And so we're using a shorthand to reach in and drill specifically to this target property and extract it. Now, from that target property, Colaris, can somebody paste the CodePen link in? Colaris, if you could just go to the CodePen link and you can look at the HTML there, okay? Let me see. I don't think I have the CodePen still in my clipboard. So if somebody can thank you guys. A couple folks just posted the CodePen link, so just grab that and you can grab the HTML and CSS there. Colaris, you should be able to see the HTML in the CodePen link. Are you having a problem with viewing it? Because I really want to stay on JavaScript for now. But let me know if you're having an issue with the CodePen. So so what we've done is we've extracted the element that we want, which is target, which is telling us here, this is the thing that was clicked. And then from target, we want to get the specific value of that tag. So let's drill down. So we've extracted target from event. So let's console log target and see what that looks like. Okay, what do we get from that? Oh, check it out. What do we get from target? We got our HTML tags. Interesting. Much easier. Okay, so that looks a lot better. We're almost there. Now, from that target, we want to grab, from that target object, we want to essentially grab the value property, right? And because we were careful with our HTML, we coded a value property, so we can grab value. And we get 3. Hello. So essentially that's what we're doing. We're just drilling down to the actual value of the object that was clicked. Okay? That's all it's doing. And so then, okay, so once we have the value, what are we doing with that value? We are, I'm going to comment this out for now. What are we doing with the value? Well, we're checking to see if, well, and we're not even checking the value at this point. We're checking to make sure that the target, remember that HTML tag, the target that was clicked, making sure that it was a button. So they didn't click anywhere else, they clicked a button, and if they did, we're going to pass in the value of that button. Is target a reserved keyword in JS? I'm not sure. Maybe somebody else knows. Yeah, and piece of shit. Yeah, and I did see there were even more shorthand ways of doing this, but I thought this one was really cool because it helps us look at some of the objects that we might not even think about existing, right? This event object I thought was really cool to look at and to see how many properties it has. And to see that, to remind ourselves that there are objects out there that we don't, that are just, they exist natively, right? We didn't build them, they're just there. So I think it's cool to look at those types of things and then see how we can grab properties out of those objects. Yeah, target is a property of event objects, but can you use it for other things, or is it just reserved for target? What does it return on line 20? Well, it doesn't return anything because if they have clicked something that is not a button, if I click in between, like here, I don't want anything to happen. I want it to kick out of the function entirely. I want to leave the function and stop. So that's what this is for. It's just kicking us out of the function. Because our else statement here is essentially going to pass us into the calculator itself. So if they've clicked something other than a button, we want to just leave the function. Yeah, that's why we do that. That's a good shorthand. That's a good way to quickly exit a function without proceeding farther. Yeah, exactly. Yep, you got it right, LRP. Yeah, exactly. Good summary. It's good to phrase things in your own words, and that really helps you think about the concept. So yeah, great rephrasing there. Target is not reserved but can be confusing. Yeah, I would understand that. Yep. Exactly. Would break work the same? Well, you can use break inside of a switch statement. I'm not sure that break works inside of an if statement. Why not target and then an early return? Well, I think LRP summarized it really nicely just a little farther up. But yeah, essentially we want to kick out of the function if they've clicked something anywhere else inside the calculator body. Oh yeah, Colares. CodePen needs the script update. Yeah. Well, you should be able to. That's just the standard script syntax. So you should be able to put that into your version. But I will add it. Yeah. I'll just grab that really quickly. Let's see if I still have it open. Yeah, I'll fix it. Okay, that should do it. All right. Yeah, and exactly. Why not just do something? Target is specific since I'm destructuring it from the event property. Yes, exactly. It is an event. Sorry, it is a property on the event object. So if just console, do this, write this code, write this out, and I'm going to shrink this down a little bit now again. Write this out on your own and console log those various values, console log event, console log target, console log value, and you'll see what each of them are doing. And how we're drilling down into the specific value that we want to capture. Is it possible to write it without using fat arrow syntax? Probably. Yeah. Can't you just use target on line 23? Oh, sorry, Coconut. You need to make sure that you're applying your query selector to the button container, okay? We're not applying it to a specific button. We're applying it to the whole container for all the buttons. So make sure you put it on your container, not the button. That's an easy mistake. Can't you, well, I think we did that, but let's do it again. Console log target. Watch what we get back. It's not going to be something we can use. We need to drill down farther. Console, hang on, sorry. And if I click something, uh-oh, we get back a full HTML tag. We need the value. We don't want the tags, we need the value. Okay. All right, Chanbo, see you later. Thanks for coming. Yeah, coffee. If you do document.query selector for each, yeah, yeah, you can definitely streamline this. And I think somebody mentioned that earlier. But again, I wanted to really illustrate what actually is being passed in, and I wanted to drill down through each level of it. But yeah, absolutely, this could be simplified. So event is built in. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is deconstructing, object deconstruction. Am I using SQL? Right now? No, right now we're using JavaScript. But for my day job, I do use SQL. Yeah. Or sorry, yeah, destructuring. Yeah. Yep. What language are we using? We're using JavaScript, Jukes. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is kind of cool. It's just showing you that, objects exist outside of us just making objects, right? Objects are everywhere. So that's really what I'm illustrating with this is that, we're leveraging these objects, we're deconstructing them, and we're digging out the property that we want. Yep. Older videos to YouTube. Yeah, they'll be on my Twitch for 60 days. And then after that, they will move to YouTube. And I'll post links on Discord for those once I move them to YouTube. Yeah, no, and that's true, coffee. Yeah, nothing special about the name event. We're passing in essentially. Yeah, that's a good point to make. We're essentially just passing in everything about the thing that was clicked on. I mean, I don't really have the terminology to describe it. I'm sure coffee or somebody could, but essentially, what is the when we click, we're just passing in all possible information about the thing that was clicked in an object, and then we're drilling down into that object. So yeah, I guess I've just always heard it as event. I assume that's what it was called, but maybe I'm wrong. I see it's called event here. with a capital E. So I assumed that's what it was called, but maybe I'm wrong. No, 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 no problem, Coffee. Yeah. I appreciate the corrections. Don't get me wrong, Coffee. I really do, because we're still learning and you have the knowledge. So that's much appreciated. Is the return necessary? Well, it's just, it's basically telling us that we want to pass nothing out of this function, right? So um, let's get out of this here. So if I take this out, and I'm clicking, I'm clicking elsewhere. I'm not clicking any buttons. So let's, I don't expect, nothing's going to be passed here, but um, I mean, it's, yeah, because it didn't even get, we're not passing anything in the console. So yeah, that would work. I just like using return because it makes it really explicit that I am done with that part of the if statement. I didn't forget to put stuff in there. I want to exit. Yeah, right. Coffee. The return is not necessary. Absolutely. This helps me remember that I'm done. I guess it helps me remember that I'm done with this condition. It's more for visual, like for me, than anything else. How much do I make as a SQL developer? Yeah, so I work for a university, and universities. I'm going to be straight here. Universities don't pay as well monetarily as a lot of private companies. However, there are some really great perks to working in a university. I get really great. I'm in the U.S., so I get really great health insurance because that is a must when you're living in the U.S. I get awesome health insurance, crazy retirement savings, and I get tons of vacation, and I get a free education. So I actually got my master's degree for free while working for the university. So I make probably about 10 grand less than I would if I was working for a private company, but I also get a ton of perks. So yeah, I don't get time off in the summer, but I do get tons of vacation. So, okay, let's move on. Thank you for everybody's help in the chat. But we'll have to end the stream at some point. So I just want to keep going. But I appreciate the questions. Let's see, making sure I didn't miss anything else here. Coconut. What did they guess? What did they ask here? Why does it nothing? Oh yeah, we're gonna do something else here. This is just placeholder for now. We'll put something else in here in a minute. Okay, so I'm not a professor, but thank you. Okay. All right. So now we can actually start getting into our calculator properly and start thinking about the kind of operations that we want to do, and the order in which we want to do those things. Now, there's a ton of different ways you could do this. And I think that no, I don't think we're not quite object oriented yet. We're using objects, yeah, we are. And I'm not even sure, that my solution that I'm going to demonstrate for you here is going to be fully OOP. I'm sure there's other folks on this stream that could, tell me for sure. I'm going to go back, like I say, I'm going to go back and refactor this after we have the actual class on object oriented programming. But I will say I'm using objects, I'm using properties, and I'm using methods and applying those. So I think I'm using some of the properties, but maybe not all. So, you know, just putting that out there. Um, I don't have any classes. Yeah, exactly. And so the first draft of this that I've done, and I do fully plan to go back and add classes. For my first draft, I did it straight in an object, and I'll just say that right away. I was going to go back today and fix it to a class with a constructor inside of the class. I haven't done it yet. So y'all are going to get my first draft. Enjoy. So the very first thing I did was I essentially set up a calculator object. And we are going to, Betty's in right back. Yes, exactly. And we're going to give that object a couple of properties. And the first one is going to be display text. And what that's going to be is it's going to be the text that shows up when you first open the calculator. So it's essentially going to be like this 0, right? That shows up when you first open the calculator. Now that 0 is already there because we gave our input form a default value of 0, right? So it's already there. But we're just going to start it at 0. Yeah, and we are going to be reusing various objects. We're definitely going to be reusing various objects. Well, we're going to be reusing methods, I should say. Yeah. We're going to be reusing plenty of methods, and I think that's a pretty good start anyway. And then we're also going to have another property called previous total. And what previous total is going to be is, if you remember, one of my optional features was that the calculator should allow for storing the total from the previous operation. So if I do 2 plus 3, I want it to hold on to that 5. So hit equals. I want it to hold on to that 5 and add it to the start of my next operation, right? I want it to keep that and hold it. So that's what that's going to do. We're going to set that to null for starters. And again, null is essentially a non-existent value. It's not 0, it's non-existent. Yeah, and there's some wonderful discussion here of what is and what isn't object-oriented programming. And from what I understand, the definition can be kind of blurry at times. So we've declared a couple properties, and now let's think about what we actually want to happen. So if I'm passing in a value from my event listener, now I've talked about this several times before. The first thing I want to do is I want to make sure that what is being passed is essentially good input, and then I want to route that input to the appropriate method. I want to basically have a switchboard, or have like how a railroad has like a switching yard, and they have a guy that pulls a lever and puts the trains onto a particular track at a given time. He routes the trains to the right track. Well, that's what I want to do with my input. Based on what that input is, I want to send it to the right place. Okay? So we're going to have a method called parse input. And we're going to pass in that value. So that value from our event listener. And so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this comment, and we're going to pass. So we're going to be passing our value to calculator dot parse input. I'm going to pass in value, and that's going to send it straight in here. Create a decision tree. Exactly. That's what we're going to do. We're creating a decision tree to tell our input where to go. And, if this was back in the old days, before we knew better, we might have just had this be one giant method, right? And do all the calculation inside of it and have a bunch of nested if statements and that kind of thing. But we want to be at least a little bit dry and a little bit, and use some of that. I'm spacing on the word, one of the properties, whatever, the one that says that you should be able to like reuse functions and stuff, right? Keep your functions simple. So this function, all it's going to do is going to route the input to additional methods that are going to actually do the appropriate action. Switching yard. Yeah, there is actually an algorithm called switching yard. You're right. Exactly. So we're going to say the first thing we're going to do is we're going to sanitize the initial input a little bit. And because remember, when you first load the calculator, the value that's sitting in there is going to be 0. So we want to essentially get rid of that 0 and start fresh, because if we don't, and we pass in, say, 8, it's going to show up as 0, 8. And we don't want that. So we're going to clear that out first. We're just going to say if this dot, again, we're using this. We learned about this. This dot display text is 0. We're going to set this dot display text to blank. Okay, so that's out of the way. Now we're actually going to do our switching. Forgot all the OP properties and subpolymorphism because that one's a cool word. It is a cool word. Yeah, it's a very cool word. Cool word. Man, can't pronounce things anymore. Okay, so now speaking of trains and switching yards and that kind of thing, what's a good way to quickly check a value against a bunch of different possible outcomes? Somebody tell me what kind of statement might be good for that. What should we use? I'm going to hydrate while y'all are thinking about that. Yeah, a couple folks got it. We want to create a switching yard, so we're going to use a switch statement. And we're going to pass in value. Yeah, and you could use an if statement. I think in this case, again, it's all subjective, right? I think in this case, a switch statement is a pretty good option just because we're comparing against some set cases. We're comparing one parameter against several set cases. And in this case, what we want to do is we want to check and see if any of this, so we want to see have any of the special buttons been clicked. And by special buttons, I mean like AC or equals or decimal, because those can have different outcomes than just adding to the existing text string. So if I click a number, right, I essentially want it to just add to the string of text that I'm putting into my calculator. However, if I click, and it's the same thing with an operator too, I want that to just add to my text string, right? So if I click, 23, we're adding to the text string, and multiply, adding to the text string, 3, adding to the text string. But if I click clear, I want it to clear. That's something different. If I click equals, I want it to do something different. And decimals can have some strange behavior. So we're going to have to think about decimals a little bit. But let's start with AC and equals. So case equals, we'll start with that. That's probably the most important, right? If somebody clicks the equal sign, we want to essentially calculate the answer. Okay. So we'll get to that a little bit later, but for now we're gonna placeholder that, and then break. Remember, if you're writing a switch statement, you got to put break keywords at the end of each statement. And next thing, if they hit clear, they hit case where value is AC, then we want to clear screen, and we'll say clear screen and stored values, right? Okay, so break, and we'll fill these in as we get to them. But we're gonna have various calls to other methods here. And then the other thing is, now let's think about decimals. So if we pass in a decimal, let's say that a decimal is the first character in my text string. Oh, stretch. Thank you. Yeah, I just stretched. Yeah. All right. Thank you. So if my first character in my text string is a decimal, I want the 0 to be, essentially, I want there to still be a 0 in front of the decimal point, right? So I want it to do this. Now, that's in contrast to if I pass in a regular number where the 0 is removed and I want there to be a 1. Okay, so if a decimal is passed in and the text that's being displayed is 0, I want it to preserve the 0 and add a decimal to it. That's all I want to do. So if I do that, I just want to have a little if statement here to say if this dot display text is 0, then this dot, now, oh wait, I haven't got there yet. So we're going to say pass, essentially we want to pass a string of 0 dot. So instead of just passing the value itself, we want to pass a string of 0 dot into add, let's see, add text method. Yeah. Now the last thing is if a special button hasn't been pressed, if none of these buttons have been pressed, essentially all we want to do is just, in all of the cases, if it's a button or an operator or whatever, we just want to say add value to text string. That's all we want to do. Okay, so that's what our little switching yard is going to do. Is it's going to route it to the proper method. Oh, you love my job. Thank you. It's awesome. So now let's start thinking about what those methods are going to do. So probably we're done with our switching yard for now. We'll definitely come back to it. We'll fill in the methods as we create them. So our next method should probably be the one that actually makes the text show up on the screen, right? So as I click buttons, it should make text show up on the screen and start building our text string. Hydrate, thank you. Yeah, you probably heard that little raspiness in my voice there. Can I build a graphing calculator? Oh man, holy cannoli. You know what? I was a statistics major in college, and I never want to do statistics again. So probably not going to build, I don't want to do statistics or higher math really ever again, probably. So if you build a graphing calculator, I would love to see it, and I will be cheering you on the entire way. I'm happy with simple arithmetic. Thank you. Quick maths. One of those TI-84s. Exactly. Oh man, I used a TI-84. I used a freaking financial calculator. Ugh, I had so many calculators. I'm done with calculators, aside from digital ones, of course. All right. So how do we add text to our existing string? Remember, add text, we're going to pass in value, and essentially what we want to do is we want to add the value, assuming it's a good value, we want to add that value to our display text string, because our display text is going to sit in the display box, right? So we want to add values to that string as we go. Am I going to update the JS code to the code pen at the end? Probably not. And I'm going to say that because I really, really feel like you should take a crack at it yourself. I'm happy to load the HTML and CSS because I feel like that was just, that's pretty much review. I really think it's in your best interest to build your own version. I don't want you to copy mine. I think this version works, but I don't think it really reflects what we're trying to do with object-oriented programming. So no, I'm not going to. Good question, though. I mean, that's a reasonable question. That's all I got to say about that, Forrest. Yep, exactly. Oh, your mom was a stats major? That's awesome. Yeah, I'm so glad she's learning JavaScript. My husband majored in math. He's not a fan of stats either. I don't know if anybody is. Sorry if anybody really likes stats out there. My bad. Why is everyone building this, Omichi? Well, that's because we are in a coding course called 100 Devs. You can look up the Learn with Leon channel on Twitch, and you can check out some of his videos. And we are learning JavaScript and learning HTML and CSS and how to be web developers. So thank you for joining us. You don't need the break at the end of the last case. Nope, because that's pretty much it's done. Oh, wait, actually, no, sorry, I do because I missed a case. My bad. I do because I missed a case. Good catch. I forgot the whole thing that makes this work is that at the end of our switch statement, I actually have a default case. I forgot I didn't put the default on. So what default does is if we hit the end of our switch statement and none of the cases have been met, then we go to the default, which essentially executes. So that's going to be just this add text. Oops, sorry, not yet. We're going to add value to text string. We don't have the method written yet. So yeah, good catch on that. At the end of our default, we don't need a break statement because that's going to execute anyway. And then the switch statement is done. Remdev redeemed hydrate. Thank you. Calc 3 right now, and I hate it. Man, I feel you. I feel you. Statistically, somebody out there must like statistics. Yeah. Oh, and again, another hydrate. Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. Today I think it's going. Yeah, this stream's a long one. It's just it happens sometimes. You want a break? Okay. Yeah, we can take a break. Let's do it. Let's build our add text method, okay? And then we'll take a break. Oh my gosh, y'all are really too many hydrates. Okay, I promise I'll take the drinks. A piece of shoot. You absolutely want to break and default? Oh, okay, that's fine. I misunderstood, but I'll gladly put one there. It's not going to hurt anything. Okay, well, I guess you do need one. Cool beans. And is add text nested within parse input? It shouldn't be. Let me make sure it's not. Did I screw that up? Oh, I did. Yeah, good catch. Add text is going to be its own method. So you're right. That's on me for not keeping my brackets straight. Okay, let me get out of that. There we go. All right, so next method is going to be add text. And now I think I have too many brackets. Hang on. I'll get it figured out. Okay, there. And that's the end of the switch statement. That's the end of that. And then I need another bracket here. And that's... Okay, yeah, I think I still have too many. Okay. Well, we'll get it sorted out. It'll be all right. Okay. I think that's still wrong, but... Oh, and a comma on the last bracket of parse input. Yes, you're exactly right. These are yep, the methods need to have commas after them. You're right. So I think I can get rid of that bracket. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Need a comma on line 55. Yep, got that. Thank you. And I'll go ahead and put the comma after here too, because we will need that. Joined late. Yeah, this will be a VOD. Hey, last, this will be a VOD on my Twitch channel, so you can grab it from there. Yep. Oh my gosh, y'all need to stop redeeming hydrates. No, you got it right. You're fine, Amleg. You got it. Okay. So now we want to add text to our text string. So, and I just realized, let's see, I realized that I have a little bit of repetition here that I don't need. So in the interest of keeping our functions cleaner, I'm actually going to move this if statement. So I'm going to take it out of parse input and I'm going to move it down into the actual add text method. And the reason I'm doing that is because it doesn't really fit in the parse input. And I was going to do that and I forgot. So this is something I'm going to do it live. So, because really, in the interest of keeping our methods clean and only doing one thing, I only want parse input to parse input, right? I only want it to route the input in the correct direction. I don't want to do any corrections on it. We're going to go ahead and do that down in our add text method. So, little live fix for you there. We're going to do that if that fix there. By clicking the arrow in the line number. Oh, that's cool. Oh, nice. Yeah, that helps a lot. Yes. Okay, so that helps you check your brackets. So you can minimize and maximize. Very cool. Thank you. I didn't know that. I think I probably still have too many brackets, but we'll see. Yeah, I can see I got some red lines there. That's all right. We'll figure it out. All right, so figuring out, so we move that if statement down because I feel like it belongs in add text more than it belongs in parse input. So we fix that. And now we're going to actually add text to our string. Mo brackets, mo problems, right? Yep. So if display text is 0 and let's see, think about this real quick. Make sure I did this right. Yeah, okay. I think it's gonna be okay. Yeah, I think it's gonna be fine. We'll wing it. It's all good. So if display text is 0, then set display text to blank so we can start putting items after it, right? And else if, so not sure this is entirely necessary to be phrased this way, but we're going to do it anyway. If the display text is not 0, then that probably means that there is a previous total. So that probably means we've performed some type of previous, operation. It could be possible that we have performed a previous operation, such as like 3 plus 3 equals 6. And so we also want to check and see if our previous total value is null or not. So, and if that value is not null, we want to make sure that we change our display text to include the previous total. So we're going to set this dot display text to previous total. Oops, prev total. And we're going to set prev total to null, back to null. So essentially what this is going to do is that each time we run an arithmetic operation, we're going to assign the total to our property of previous total. And so if this method sees that previous total is not null, we're going to set display text to previous total. And then we're going to add the new value to it. So to illustrate that, 3 plus 3 is 6. And then we're going to add, in just a second, we're going to add the next value to that total. If you say arithmetic. Yeah. Well, so I mean, there's arithmetic, which is the act of, doing math, right? And there's arithmetic operations, which is, the specific operation you're performing. Yep. But it is fun to say. So I say it a lot. Yeah, shorthand notation. Yeah. Cheating would be calling eval on the string. Yes, we're not calling eval, but we are going to cheat a little bit. We'll get there when we get there. All right. For now, all we're doing is we're just logging the inputs so the user can see them. We haven't done any kind of calculation yet, and we're not going to do it in this function. This method. This method is not meant for that, so we're not going to do it in here. All right. So we're checking these couple conditions. We're just checking a couple things to get our text string configured essentially the way that we want. We haven't even added the new value yet. We're just configuring the string. All right, so we do those two. And then we have sort of an implied exit here. So if it doesn't meet the if or the else if condition, then it's going to exit that if statement. Then we're going to have a second if statement here. We're starting a new one. And what we're going to do is now we're also going to control to see if the user has entered an invalid sequence of characters. Okay, so we're going to say, let's say that I enter 3 plus 3. That's valid, right? But if I try to enter 3 plus plus plus, I'm clicking plus like a bunch of times. That's not valid, right? We don't want to try to evaluate that. I don't want to see that. Or if I try to enter 3 plus times, right? Or 3 plus divide, that's not valid. So I don't want it to allow it to pass. So essentially, we want to stop them from entering that. So this is going to get kind of complicated, but we're gonna shorthand it for now, and we're just going to say if user has entered an invalid sequence, don't proceed. Proceed. There we go. All right. So if user has entered an invalid sequence, don't proceed. And we put this in a string comment. Okay. And we're going to do a couple checks there, but I know we want to break, so we're just going to comment that out for now. And we're going to do a couple checks there. And then assuming that all these conditions have been gone through, the very last thing we want to do inside of this method is we want to add the value to the display text, right? I want it to show up on the screen. So we just say this dot display text plus equal value. I'm adding value to the string, and then I'm going to call another method that's going to output that text to the screen. Okay. Your cat also says those inputs shall not pass. Exactly. Yep, that's Bart. He helps me code. Regine Posture Chat. Oop, thank you. Yeah. Okay. So I know that let's see. How about we plan to break at 9:30, okay? We're just making a nice round number. We're gonna break at 9:30, 5 more minutes, and then we'll take a 10-minute break, okay? And if you have to drop off, I know we've been going long. That's totally fine. I won't be offended. My streams, I tend to go long. My streams tend to drop off toward the end because, you got to do life stuff, right? So totally fine. You can catch the VOD later. No worries. All right. So let's think about this if statement. What we want to say here. So we want to see if the user has entered an invalid sequence. So essentially, if they entered 2 operators next to each other, or if that's the main thing we want to check for, right? I forgot we have totally different. Yes, I'm talking Eastern. I'm sorry. A break in 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Good night, Pink Star. Hope to see you next time. Explain this line again. Which line, Silent? Tell me which line. Yeah. So now the if statement. Whoops. What we want to do for the if statement is we want to check and see if the user has entered essentially 2 operators next to each other, like 3 plus plus, or 3 plus times, or 3 plus minus. And we want to stop that from happening. So an easy check, I guess, to see if they enter 2 invalid operators would be to say, essentially, we want us to check whether the last car in display text, whether the last character in display and the entered value are not numbers, right? That's essentially what we want to do. We want to check and see whether the last character in the display, right? So if I say 3 plus 3 plus 36 times 3 plus, the last character in the display text string is not a number, right? And so and if the value being entered is also not a number, then it shouldn't pass. Oh, this dot display text plus equal value. You're wondering what's happening there? Yeah. So let's think about that. Display text is a property of our object, and it is storing the string so far. It's good. Like, for example, this display text is storing this entire string. And so essentially we just want to add, if it passes all these criteria, and after we've configured it, we want to add value to the existing string. So we're just adding. That's what this is doing, saying, okay, add the two. Concatenation. Yep, my favorite word. Piece of shoot. If you're new to the stream, I love the word concatenation. It is my favorite word. So thank you for saying it. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go through the method again after the break. I'm not going to go through it all again right now because I think it's just about break time. So I don't want to take you guys over. So we will go over the whole method after we're done with it after the break. Cat plus cat equals more cats. Yeah. Concatenation equals function becomes cat. Exactly. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and take our break now. I think we're at a decent stopping point. Um, Reset our timer. I'll give you 10 more minutes. We've been going hard, so. Okay, let's go ahead and start, and I will see you guys in 10 minutes, okay? Alrighty, here we go. Start. Get up and stretch, use the restroom, anything like that. Yeah, of course, Witty, no problem at all. Check the VOD later, and you can catch the rest of this, okay? Break time. Oh, sorry, I'm like, I didn't, I didn't mean to scare you there. I thought I turned the volume down on those. And I know I did. I turned the volume down on all my alerts, and they just don't want to. They don't want to be quiet, I guess. Huh. No problem, Lol. Thanks for following. Don't worry, folks. If you hear me talking, you still got 5 minutes. I'm gonna go get myself a snack as well, so you still got 5 minutes. You're all good. Yeah, silent. So I'm actually working on potentially improving my all my notifications and that kind of thing. But I might be switching to Streamlabs. Right now, I'm using Twitch Studio, which is okay, but it doesn't. It's missing a lot of features compared to like OBS or Streamlabs. So I don't know that I want to put a ton of work into my notifications if I'm just going to be like switching, platforms anyway, and might rebuild them anyway. So, um, yeah, I think I am definitely going to improve that stuff, but don't want to just put in a bunch of work if I'm just going to scrap it. But yeah, we're gonna try to do some fun stuff with the notifications. Maybe my cat meowing, or that would probably annoy the jangles out of me after a while if I had that as my alert sound. Oh man, I hear that enough in real life. I love my cat, but he's loud, a lot, all the time. Maybe I could find like a Star Trek soundboard or something like that. I love Star Trek. Yeah. Yeah, talkative cats are fun, but except not necessarily at 2 a.m. Like that's less fun. Um, when he likes to announce that he's lonely and bored at 2 in the morning. All right, 2 minute warning, folks. Come on back. I swear the functions are going to get faster as we go. The meteor methods, I should say, the meteor methods are kind of at the start, and then we get to simpler functions as we go. Kirk is better than Picard. Oh, gonna start a flame war if you're not careful. That is a take that I respect your opinion. Say that. Oh boy. I still love you, long humans. It's all good. Civic Thunder. I don't know how to parse that question. I know those words, but I don't know how they fit together. I can read them, but I can't make that into a sentence. All right, 1 minute warning. See you soon. It's a type of fish. Yeah, I thought a loach was a fish. First, I read it as roaches, and I was like, I figured. But hey, I try to take questions in good faith, right? Life's more fun that way. If you take questions in good faith and consider them and, see if you can come up with an answer. In that case, I could not come up with an answer. All right, we're going to go ahead and stop the timer. Hey, I think that's probably where I've heard loach too, is from Animal Crossing, honestly. Can you please explain this variable pre total? No, so that's one of the properties that we assigned to our calculator right here. And essentially what this is doing is it's tracking whether or not we've just finished performing arithmetic. So if I go ahead and evaluate this expression, I end up with a total, right? Well, one of my things that I wanted this calculator to do was to be able to store that previous total in memory and use it to start the next operation. So, but if I'm still entering values here and we haven't just finished an operation, I don't want it. I want it to keep adding to the string. I don't want it to keep resetting the string back to 116. I want it to essentially keep this value and then keep adding additional values to it. So really, this is just determining whether or not we are starting a new expression with a previous total still in memory. That's all that's doing. And so then after we evaluate that and we add the previous total to the display, we set that variable back to null because we don't need it anymore. Yeah, I mean, it could be difficult to follow the VODs. Yeah, I can see that. I would say maybe, you can watch them at double speed or whatever. But yeah, I tend to go long, right? Like, I mean, that's just how I roll. I've tried to make them shorter, it just doesn't really work. I like to answer questions. Okay, so we're finishing up our add text method here. And so I guess I'll tell you how I did it. And then I'm sure somebody who's a smart person on this stream will probably be able to streamline it. But essentially, I have two levels of checks kind of out of necessity. I tried to do it in one, but I couldn't really get it to go. So we'll do it my way, and then somebody else I'm sure will be able to have some beautifully efficient way to streamline it. But essentially, again, just as a reminder, I want to check and see if they've just entered a non-number, such as like an operator or a decimal or something, or a minus sign. And then if they have, I don't want to let them enter like another decimal or another minus sign or another plus. I don't want them to be able to enter two of those types of things in a row or two operators next to each other. Yes, this will be a VOD, okay? No problem. Yep, you can catch the VOD anytime. Don't worry about it. Good to have you, though. Nice to see you. Okay, so the first thing we're going to check is we're going to see if the value they've passed in is not a number. So we're going to say is not a number. And again, remember that these values are coming in as strings. So we're going to first try to convert it to a number and see if that works, right? So we're going to take in value. We're going to see if it can be converted to a number. And if it can't, this I always forget the word for that. Somebody can tell me what it's called. This thingy will return not a number if it can't be converted. So if I try to pass a plus sign and convert it to a number, it's going to come back not a number, right? So we're checking to see if the value we're passing in is not a number. And our display text is not a number. Now, there's a catch to this, but this dot display text and is not a number. This not dot display text. Yeah. This statement is a good start, um, but it essentially only works if there's no operators at all in the display, right? And see, actually, I need to also add a conversion thingy around here. There we go. All right. Implicit type conversion. Thank you. Yep. And so essentially we're checking to see if both of these values are not a number, but that's not enough. We need to do more. So essentially all we're doing here is we're checking the value that we're passing it in against the entire string, right? So if I have a string that looks like this, it's going to fail this. It's going to fail. Well, it's going to essentially pass this condition, right? Because even though if I could enter, I should be allowed to enter another plus sign here, right? This is a valid expression if I enter another plus sign, but it would still return not a number for both of these statements. So I need an additional check. I need to check specifically if this statement returns true, if both of these values are not a number, the value that we're passing in and the entire string, now I want to check and see if the last character in display text is not a number. Then only then do I want to kill the operation. Types in my JavaScript? I know, right? Oh, sacrilege. We're bad. We're baddies writing bad code. You know. So now I want to check and see is nan. How if I'm looking at a string such as this dot display text, how would I get the last value in that string? How could I do that? How could I get the last value in a string or hint hint an array? How might I do that? Yeah. Yeah, I love that everybody is giving me different ways to do it. Yeah, coffee, absolutely. That's probably a better way to do it. Yep. Why not check if the last value is a digit or a dot? Yep. You absolutely could. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Everybody's giving me different options and I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm going to give you the option I use, but all of those other ones are valid as well. That's so awesome. So I did slice -1. But again, yours are valid too. Ends with is worse. Is that for performance, Black Map? Is that because of performance? Why is that worse? I mean, I genuinely don't know. If you're willing to share, I'm love to hear it. So if it fails these conditions, then we want to exit the function. We don't want to add display text. We don't want to add our value to display text, to our string if it's not a good option. And like Coffee said, probably the better way is to do it the opposite, is to check and see if the last value is a digit or a dot. Yeah, absolutely. That's when I refactor this, I probably will change it to that way. Does JavaScript have locales? I don't know what those are. Can somebody share? Yeah, so essentially that was you could probably do it to just the one statement. The only reason I left this in here, and I mean, I didn't think about it very hard, was to say that, for example, if we're passing in, like if our display text is starting as 33, then it would fail this condition, right? Like if we're passing in like plus and our display text is like 33, it would fail this condition and exit the function without having to do the second check. But again, this is pretty clumsy. So I don't think you need to do that check. I don't think it's worth the added complexity. Yeah. So I'm going to be changing this statement as extensively when I refactor the code. Oh, locales. I see what you mean. I see. Yeah. Regional settings to wit, some places, yeah. Some places use commas and decimals reversed. So I'm in North America where we use decimals as like separators for units that are to denote the place where units that are less than one begin. Where we use commas for like thousands, millions, billions, that kind of thing. But I know a lot of other countries don't. They use the reverse. So good point. Yeah, silent. Don't stress too much about it. This is a pretty bad. This is pretty bad. But all it's really doing is it's checking to see if the value that we're passing in, right? So if the button that I'm clicking, if the value that I'm passing in is going to be next to, if I'm passing in a value that's not a number, right? I don't want it to be next to a character that is also not a number. I can't have a plus sign next to a multiply symbol, right? That's not valid. That's not a valid operation. So I'm just trying to prevent that from happening. That's all it's doing. We're able to use JavaScript independently. Well, hey, welcome, by the way. So we're using JavaScript with HTML and CSS here. We haven't started on Node yet, but we are going to get there eventually. If you want to stick around with the class, I don't know if you're new to the class or if you're just new to my stream, but check out Learn with Leon on Twitch if you're not in the class already. And we're going to be heading to Node and learning that very soon. This is Vanilla JS. Yes, exactly. Yep. Yeah, we're not there yet, but we will get there if you want to learn more about it. Okay, so yeah, this function is janky as heck, but that's really all it's doing. Or this statement is janky as heck. That's all it's doing. And like I say, I'll refactor it. But let's move on for now. So we've done our checks, and now this method is essentially done. And so now we can go back up and we can add it into our parse method. So we're going to call anytime we take in an input, we want to add it to the screen, right? So we want any of the places up here where we commented out saying pass something into the text screen. We want to add in our add text method. So we're going to take add text and we're going to put it in here, but we're going to be passing something different for this one. So add text, and add text. Now, here, remember we said that if our statement starts with a dot and our display text is 0, we want the 0 to be carried over, right? We want to say 0 dot something. So here we're going to pass 0 dot into add text, and that's going to do that. Naomi, you can go to my Twitch channel and the VOD will be there, okay? So just go to my Twitch channel and the videos are all right there on the home screen. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so we're starting to fill this in now. So essentially, the only other two things we have to do are what happens if they hit the equal sign and what happens if they hit the clear button. And also, we also need to make our function that's going to actually put the text on the screen. Oh, posture check. Thank you. Yeah, my neck cracked that time. So first, let's go ahead and just so we can start actually using our demo calculator and not keep going back to my completed one. Let's make the function. Let's make the method that's going to actually put the text on the screen. So, oops. We're going to make a method that's called output text. Output text. And for that, we're going to be passing in some text. And all we really want to do there is we want to add whatever value we're passing in. We want it to show up on our calculator screen. Remember, our HTML element where we're displaying these values is called calculator screen. So does anybody know how I can pass a value into an HTML element. Does anybody know what statement I could use to do that? Or I'll make it even easier on you. What do I say? So I say document.querySelector, query selector dot calculator screen. And normally we would use inner HTML. We absolutely would do normally. But in this case, remember, we're using an input box, and that makes things a little bit different. So yeah, exactly, coffee. Yep. And so that was kind of a trick question. I apologize. Normally we would use inner HTML, and you guys are all right. Yeah. But what we're going to use instead is dot value. And we're going to set that equal to text. And this is just because it's an input box that we're passing into instead of a standard HTML element where the text goes, between the tags. Mental RAM. Bye. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. See you later, mental RAM. I thought you were saying like you're out of brain space, Civic. Sorry. See you later. Oh, thank you, coffee. Yeah, I appreciate the context. Calculator screen. So let's just flip back to the HTML real quick, and we'll look at calculator screen as our HTML element. So calculator screen is right here, and that's actually we just defined that as a class. I mean, it could have been an ID, but in this case, I just assigned it as a class. So that's why it's referenced the way it is. Civic. Oh, you're funny, Civic. Yeah, if we were using a standard like span or whatever, you could use inner text. Yeah. D's clause, you probably could. I'm not familiar with that one, but sure. Yeah, I imagine. You could try it, when you're building your own version, see if you can do that. See if you can use val replace. That's okay, Civic. We're just riding the wave. We're throwing spaghetti at the wall. It's all good. All right, so this method is really simple. It's just one line, and really what it's saying is whatever text we pass in when we call this method, just spit it right out onto the screen. Because we're not doing any parsing here, right? We're not doing any input controls, because by this point, by the time we're ready to output text, the text should be clean. It should be exactly what we want to output. We're not doing any additional checks. We're done with that. Each time we call this we want this method to be as simple as possible, and so that each time we call it, it should just spit out text onto the screen. That's all we want to do. Yeah, coffee, maybe you can lend some insight there. Thank you. Okay, so we had a little placeholder here. We said that we want to output display text to screen. Well, now we have a method that can do that. So we're going to go ahead and call output text, and we're going to say sorry, let me scroll up a little bit. Make sure I get it right. Okay. We're going to say this dot output text, and we're going to pass in display text. So whatever's in our display text, we want it to output. Okay. Save this. Now I think I may have a bracket issue here, but we'll see. So let's see if I can actually input text now. Okay. Nope, missing something. All right, let's see if I get an error. I probably have a bracket issue. Gotta love it. All right, what do we got? I can't see. Too small. Add text is not defined. It is. Let's see, where's the problem? Default add text value. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Thank you. I didn't call this dot add text. Exactly. Yep. Awesome. Thank you. I was used to doing an autocomplete. Yeah. Okay. That should do it. Make sure. Yep. Clean that up. Okay. Let's try it again. Okay. There we go. Hello. I can enter text now and it works. Yay. All right. Cool. So we can enter text, but we can't do any calculations yet. So we can enter stuff, and our validation should also be working. Um, so yeah, if I try to hit the plus sign again, it's stopping me from doing that because we're doing that check against the last character in our string. So yeah, so that's great. We're on the right track. We can parse our text, we can add it to the string, and we can output it. Now but we still can't do calculations. So let's go ahead and make our method to actually do some calculations. Let's see, we're going to call it calc answer. And we're going to be passing in an equation. And I need a comma there. There we go. Pass in an equation. And essentially what we want to do is sorry, I'm just looking at something here really quickly. Okay, so essentially what we want to do is we want to pass in the display text. What we're going to do is we're going to be passing in display text into this function, and we want it to evaluate whatever expression we're passing in. Okay, so so when somebody hits the equal sign, we want to call this method. So I'm going to go back up here. When they hit equal, I want to call calc answer, and I want to pass in um, this dot display text. Okay. Yeah, this dot display text. I want to pass that in. And then we actually need to do the calculation on this expression. Now, this is kind of interesting because, oh, hey, Bells. Welcome. Oh, posture check. Yeah, I don't think I did that one. Thanks, last. Um, okay, so essentially we're passing in the display text, and this display text could be kind of wild, right? It could be pretty long. It could have multiple, you know, different operations. We could have 3 plus 3 times 6 divided by 5 plus 36, right? So this could be a pretty wild string, and that's kind of how I wanted this calculator to behave. So, so we can't really use the classic number one operator, number two, and split it out into a string and check each array element individually. Like, you remember the stuff we did for homework, right? We had to build a calculator like that in one of our homeworks where it just took in 3 elements, a number, an operator, and another number, and did the calculation on it. So we can't do that. But there's other things we could do instead to evaluate longer expressions. My calculator does not work. I have to see if I messed up something. Hey, that's okay. You'll look through it, and especially try running it in the console and right click and say inspect, and then look at the console, see what errors are being thrown, and you can click on the little hyperlink next to the error in Chrome. It'll take you to the line in your code that's bad. So you can go to it'll take you straight to the line that it doesn't like, or lines potentially. So just try that and see if that'll help you parse it out. So here we're gonna get a little wild. And somebody mentioned in office hours today with Leon, they said, can we use eval in our code? And Leon said, well, does it make your calculator work? Then okay. But eval is generally considered bad practice. And for those who aren't familiar, what eval is it's essentially we could say like let results equals eval equation. And what that'll do is, well, I guess we could just say return, or here, let's do this. All right, let's do this. Console, I'm just showing you guys what this is. Console log eval equation. And what this does is it takes in any kind of a statement. It could be anything. It could be like a whole function, or it could be like, I don't know, or it could be a string. It could be, an equation like this, and it will attempt to figure out what it is and execute it. So let's save this and run it. Yeah, your dog, I heard you like code, so I put some code in your code. Exactly. That's pretty much what's happening, right? We have code within code, and we're evaluating that code. So let's see if this works. See if I got it right. So we're going to do this, 3 plus 3, and then we're going to say equals. That's not going to return anything here, but if we inspect console, yeah, see, look, it spits out 6. Now let's do something more complicated. Let's say exactly coffee. Yeah, and yes, yep. And that's why we're not going to use eval. But I do want to show, because it's pretty cool actually, if you haven't seen it before. So let's do a longer one. Let's do 3 times 3. We're making an expression that would be pretty difficult. I mean, not impossible, absolutely not impossible, but a little harder to code specifically for without using something like regex or regular expressions. But if we run this through eval, so we'll hit equals, and we'll inspect, we'll find the result. So what eval is going to do is it's just going to evaluate that bad boy. It's going to give us the result, 151. And it's following the order of operations. It's doing everything correctly. It's doing all the math just as we expect. Without, that's a one line method right there. I didn't have to parse the string. We've already did that. We already sanitized the string. So what's coming in is correct, or at least as correct as we can make it. Should be correct. You can break things, there's ways to break things, but this string is about as correct as we can make it. So we just pass it in, we run eval, and it spits out the right answer. Wild, huh? But there's drawbacks. And as Coffee mentioned, there's drawbacks to that. We could pass in anything. We could pass in malicious code. We could pass in, if you had a real application, like with free user input, like if we were letting users type into this, they could pass in whatever they wanted, and it would just evaluate it and run it. So in general, eval is considered bad practice. However, let me play devil's advocate here. In this specific use case, we are very strictly controlling what the user is allowed to enter, right? They aren't allowed to type. There's no free type. They're only allowed to click buttons. And they can only click what we have made available for them. So I was reading a lot of arguments, I was just reading a lot about eval online. And one of the arguments for using it was in use cases where you're severely restricting what the user is allowed to actually input. So, yes, exactly, compulsive. Yeah. So if the buttons had like letter buttons where they could potentially type out a malicious statement of some kind, one letter at a time. But hey, I would never put it past a user to try something like that. So yeah, they absolutely would. And so yeah, we haven't given them really an ability to pass in bad code. However, still technically bad practice. Also, eval, from what I understand, is not terribly efficient either, because it's global, right? So can they do it in binary though? Oh my goodness, that if they could do it in binary, I mean, I wouldn't mind. If they're willing to do that, man, yeah. So, and from what I understand, eval isn't terribly efficient. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I plan to read up on it more. I didn't have enough time to really get it deep into it, but Hackerman, yeah. Yeah, it is. It's kind of interesting. This is very powerful. Very, very powerful. But we don't have there's no B key. Um, yeah, so this is super powerful, super cool. We're going to use something slightly different that performs similarly, which is suggested instead of just using eval. So we're going to set result. We're going to declare a new variable, just set it equal to result for just compactness. And we're going to just declare a function. And we're going to have this, we're going to, inside of that, we're going to place the string of return. So we are calling return here, and then we're also passing in our equation. So we're passing in return, we're passing in a concatenated string that essentially just says return the result of our equation. And inside the function body, we don't put anything. Now, I can't say that I understand exactly why this works the way it does, but this is doing something very similar to eval, except more efficiently and potentially more safely. Yeah, right, exactly. So many things to consider when writing code: sanitizing, accessibility, readability. Yeah, and I think it's maybe, it's, you shouldn't get too bogged down in that when you're writing your stuff. Um, I think the most important thing is to get it to work, and then you can make additional passes as you go with maybe one of those topics in mind at a time, right? Um, and also, putting it in front of an audience like this, whether that's on a stream or on Discord, they'll help point out those things for you. Um, they'll help determine, they'll help you see those things, so you don't have to remember all that yourself. That's why peer reviews are really great. Um, so yeah, we replaced eval, and now the last thing we want to do is we want to say, essentially, if display text is not 0, then essentially set the pass. So essentially, then if display text is not 0 and we've been asked to calculate the equation, then we want to put the answer in the box. Now, why do we have to have that check? So let's think about that. If I hit, so I discovered in my user testing, which I was doing myself, I discovered that if I start with 0 and I hit the equal sign enough times, which is not going to work right now because we don't have the calculate function in there. But let's just do that without an additional check. We'll just do this. We'll say this dot, we'll just say this dot output text result. So essentially we've done our calculation and we want to then pass our result to the output screen. Okay. I feel this is pretty much as evil, slightly less in terms. Yeah, exactly. We are slightly less evil in that we are limiting the access, since this function we're declaring is not global, whereas eval would be global, right? I think. And apparently, using this keyword is actually makes calculations more efficient. I can't speak to that. Again, not best practice, but I would consider that we are severely limiting our user inputs. We're limiting the scope by declaring it as a function. So this is what I'm going with for now. I may try to refactor this using regular expressions, but I don't have time for that. So this is what we're going with for now, but probably eventually I will try to learn enough regular expressions to parse a really long string. I just don't have that knowledge yet. Hey, if it works. Exactly, right? That's where we're at right now. But this is the kind of thing you come back and refine. Okay, so let's let's keep this as is for now. And essentially what we do is, right, we calculate the answer, right? And then we output the text by running it through our output text method, right? So we put the text, the result of the calculation on the screen. So let's do it. Okay. So 3 plus 3 equals peachy. All right, it works. Cool. We can do calculations, and we can do longer calculations. I don't have my clear button, doesn't work yet, so I got to reload. 3 times 3 times 3 times 3, 81. Perfect. Okay, now what happens if I am Joe user, and as users often do, I'm not paying attention, and I have 0 on the screen, and I keep hitting the equals button. Now, this should fail, but maybe it won't. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Previously, I don't know what's different here, but when I was doing this before, I swear that if I hit equals enough, I got undefined eventually, or I got an error message showing up here. But hey, guess we don't need it. So 0 equals 0. Yeah. Well, and I kept yeah. Okay. Well, that's cool. Guess I'm not getting that error anymore. Sweet. Oh, I assume regex came with the SQL expertise. I know a tiny bit, but not enough to do this kind of parsing. I know like 2 statements that I just kind of copy paste. Yeah, no, I really don't. There's only actually, so I work on a team of like 6 people, and there's only 1 person on the team that actually knows regular expressions. Everybody else knows like 1 or 2 common, parsing methods that they really need, but no, like we saw him use like regular expressions, and we're all just like, ooh, fancy. Yeah, nobody really knows how to use it on our team. Yeah, and so parse is like we're pulling the data, and maybe I'm not using it entirely accurate, but when I think about parse, it's like, okay, we're grabbing each data element, we're running it through a series of we're going over each element, and we're running it through a series of checks. No problem at all. It's a reasonable question. Yeah. Yeah, it's regular expressions. It seems to be that kind of thing that like every programmer is gonna use at some point, but most folks just don't know how to really use them, like be fluent in it. It's just like that thing that you just kind of pick up, right? Because they look like magic, like they look like some kind of crazy voodoo or something. It's wild. um yeah. Okay. So anyway, we've got our calculation method, and then so we can do most things now, right? Our calculator does function. So 3 plus 3 times 3, blah, blah, blah. Cool. Minus 3 or minus 2.3. Our decimals work. Um, and plus, now if I try to hit like a decimal without a 0 in front, I got to do 0.2. And then that works. We get a crazy like long decimal there, but that's okay. So the last thing, I know, Civic, we're almost done, I promise. Yeah, regex for email addresses is pretty dangerous, or it can be pretty fraught. So I've heard. Yeah. What about 2 decimals in a row after a number? Well, let's try it. 2, 3, point. Yeah, so that's not going to work, right? So we'll have to fix that. Good catch. Now I'm interested. Now I'm thinking, why doesn't that work? Um, well, here, okay. Let's finish. We're going to finish our last required method, and then we'll go back and investigate that. All right. So last method is going to be just our clear method. So we need to be able to clear the display, right? We want our AC button to work. This button right here. We want that to clear the display. So clear all. This one's going to be fairly straightforward. Clear all. And we set our display text to 0. Display text equals 0. We want to set we want to clear the previous total. If it's being stored, we want to clear that. Now, if you wanted to put just a clear button on your calculator, you could have essentially the same method, except you would preserve the previous total. You just wouldn't put this line in there. So putting a clear button on there, aside, along with an all clear, would actually be pretty easy. And then we set this dot output text essentially back to we're setting it back to 0. So we're going to output text again, and we're going to set it to this dot display text. So set that back to 0. clear the display, and then that's it. All right, so let's check that and see if that works. 3 plus 3. Oh, did I not save? Hang on. Oh, and I didn't call it. So I need to call it up here. This dot clear all. Boop. Okay, that should work. Yeah. Awesome. No, totally fine. LRP. We went really long. We went longer than even I expected. There's just a lot to cover. No worries at all if you got to check out. No problem. Well, Civic, I mean, that's partly why we did our little feature list up top, right? We said what we want to happen, and then we said what the optional things are. So, I mean, let's review that and see what we did. So, we accepted user inputs, and I actually meant to check these things off as we went through them. I just totally forgot to do so. So we accepted the user inputs of number, operator, and another number. We did that. So done. It should accept decimal numbers. Done. It should store the inputs. Yep. Done. It should recognize the inputs and perform calculations. Done. And it should return a result. Done. Now, optional features should accept longer operations. It does. Done. Display all input as it's being entered. Done. Store the previous total. Done. Clear button should clear all. Done. Now, preventing invalid inputs. This one is the hardest one, right? And so some of them do work, but as we discovered, there's some that are still else just add text. And then finally, the default statement, if none of those cases are true, then just add the value to the text string. Oh, it died? Uh-oh. Y'all good now? Try refreshing the screen. Try refreshing. Try refresh. Refresh. Refresh your page. Are y'all back? We're almost done. Come on. We can make it. Had to refresh. Oh, I'm sorry you had to watch an ad. That sucks. The ads, unfortunately, I really can't control. I have disabled all ads that aren't pre-roll, so the kind of ads that play. So the only ads I cannot disable are the ones that happen when you first join the stream. Other than that, I've disabled all other scheduled ads as much as I can. The ads, they do pay me a little bit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I get a little bit of money from ads, but I could be making more if I was showing you guys ads like once every 30 minutes, but I choose not to because I feel like that's going to turn people away from the stream. So Bezos needs a couple extra bucks. Yeah, right. But yeah, I've disabled. They really want you to do like, oh, run scheduled ads, run ads, run ads, run ads, and I'm like, nope. And I disabled them all except the ones I can't disable. So I get like $1 a stream from those ads. Okay, I'm assuming folks are back. Oh, I just lost a bunch of viewers. Oh man, that sucks. Okay, well we were almost done anyway. Yeah, and I can run them. I was actually planning to tonight, and I just forgot. Dang it! I lost like 30 viewers with that stream outage. Oh well, they'll catch the VOD. And like I said, we were pretty much done anyway. So I'm glad they got to see most of it. Okay, so the last thing we were just really looking is to see, about invalid inputs next to each other. Now, I mean, I'm not going to say that I'm going to keep you guys on stream while I fix this, but I do just want to see why. So when I pass in, so I have 2, 3 dot. Now it's letting me do 2 decimals. Now let's see why that would be. So if I look in, okay, pass in a dot. Display text equals 0. Nope, it's not. So it's going to fail that. It's going to go to else. So this dot add text equals, so that should be fine because that's the same as the default case. So let's go down to add text. So display text is not 0. Previous total is null, so it's not going to fit that. So I guess it's treating, is it treating 23 dot as a valid number? I'm kind of lost after cutoff. My method parse input has an if statement. Now you're, oh, sorry. So you could use if in your parse input. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I just chose to use a case statement because it made more sense to me. But will there be a recording one daily? Yes. So on my Twitch, on my channel homepage, you'll see all of my VODs. So you can catch this one and all of my previous ones as well. Yep. Just go to my channel homepage. You'll be able to see it there. And it's actually available now if you want to start watching now. It's recorded and posted simultaneously while I'm actually streaming, which is kind of cool. Yeah. So Jody, does that help seeing this again? I didn't change anything here. This is the same statement as before. And again, I'm just using a switch statement because that makes sense to me. You could use an if statement if you prefer. That is up to you. Okay. Well, yeah, it's cool. It's a very cool feature. I love it. All right, I'm going to scroll back down here because I'm just trying to sort through this and figure out why that's failing, why it's letting me do 23 dot dot. So it's display text is not 0, so it skips this condition. And we check to see if previous total is not null. It skips this condition as well. So it's really it's failing this super gnarly, awful statement that I really want to change. Dangs. Oh, okay, compulsive. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. So if I pass in 23 dot, it equals 23. So it's, yeah, okay. So it's not X. Yeah. So that gives more fuel to the fire of what Coffee was saying, or I think it was Coffee was saying earlier that I should just, this statement should be completely rewritten to essentially say, to check and see, if the last character is a number or a dot, like, basically reverse this statement. So I will do that. I'm not going to do it right now. I need to think about a little bit what exactly I want that statement to do and look and how I want it to look. But yeah, that will solve the problem, and it will also make this much easier to read. So this is definitely this part right here is a complete edit and redo. Yeah. I think it actually will right now. Yeah, that's another thing I wanted to do that I didn't really get to. Let's try it. 2 dot, oopsie, hang on. 2 dot 2 dot. Yeah, so it will right now. Yep. That's another thing to think about. That was one of those ones I thought I might not be able to actually get to until I fix this to work with like regular expressions. I don't know. Oh, Civic, thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I always say, like, I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't having fun, if I wasn't enjoying doing it. So, I enjoy sitting here and talking at you guys. You can do it without register. Okay. Would it just be, well, it'd be like string contains or something, right? I would just check to see if the string already contains a dot. Well, but no, that wouldn't work because it could be in the previous number. I'll think about it a little bit more. Yeah, my brain's not working so well anymore. It's been 4 hours. Yeah, but I do know I need to completely rewrite this part. And then that should solve that problem and make it easier to read. And yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's not how I have this structured right now. I may end up restructuring it that way. The challenge is, when I'm thinking about this Coffee, is, oh yeah, and okay, yeah, coconut. Yes, absolutely, that is a great solution. But wait, hang on. the way I have this written right now, that wouldn't work if, like, so let's say I've already entered a number like 3.2. I say plus, and I'm in the second number now, but I don't really have a good way to, well, I'd have to split on the operator first, right? And I have to split on the operator, and then I'd have to do a second split on the remaining number, right? That would work. Yeah, I could do that. But yeah, I see where you're coming from. Coffee. The only challenge there is, yeah, we'd have to just keep track of if they're currently working to enter a number. Yeah, and I'd have to modify this to keep a specific string for the current number being entered, right? So that would be an additional property, and that would be fine. It could just be an additional property on the object. I could just have an additional property on the object, keeping track of the current number, and have that number end whenever I enter an operator, right? Whenever I enter a plus, minus, or whatever, the current number ends, so it cuts off. So yeah, that would work too. Yeah, yeah, that might be the cleaner way to do it. Keeping track of that current number. Yep, yep. I see where you're coming from, coffee. Yeah, and compulsive. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it could be a Boolean compulsive. Yeah. I'm thinking in this case, I was thinking just more literally like tracking the current number and then cutting that off as soon, like starting it immediately after an operator and then stopping it when the next operator is pressed. And then looking inside of that current number to see if a dot has been entered. Um, yeah. Yeah, those are some great suggestions. And this has given me um, a lot of different ways to think about doing it. I'm not going to do it on stream. I feel like we've done enough already. I think we should end, but I definitely am going to use this input for making this better. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, both of you. Yeah. So I think we have some additional, kinks to work out, but overall, the calculator does work, and it does pretty much everything we asked it to do. It can handle a lot of edge cases, like it can handle a lot of things, but there's a couple improvements that we can absolutely can make, and I will make those improvements. So I do hope that this was at least entertaining. And that you can give it a try, and maybe I would highly recommend that you write your own calculator, and it doesn't have to be tonight, or it doesn't have to be tomorrow. It You wanted me to scroll down? um Nene, I hope that's where you wanted to be. Oh, good. I'm glad you learned something, Kalaris. That was really my goal. My goal was to not say, this is how you should make a calculator. It was to say, here's some ideas on the logic that you could use for your calculator. And then I really hope that you guys take it and you make something even better. And like I say, Leon is going to be talking about this on Tuesday. And I'm sure we'll all go back and we'll revisit our work and we'll do it again and differently and better. Yeah. Oh, thanks for coming, Aim Notorious. Good to have you. Go look at your Loach Civic. Yep. Hope it makes you feel better. I think clear with this code might be harder than it seems. Clear with this code might be hard. I'm not sure I fully understand what you're mentioning there. Oh, level up your approach. Awesome, good. Because that also acts on the current number being entered. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. So you're talking about, you're talking about clear, like clearing the last entry versus, versus all clear, right? Which clears everything. So I guess I was thinking for the implementation of clear, I was really just thinking that you want to delete the current number but keep the stored total, but because that's which should be fairly easy, right? Because that's already stored in a property on the object. So as long as you don't clear that object property, then you should be okay. But I mean, I haven't tried it, so that's just me spitballing. I guess the thing I want to clear is the current number. Oh, good. Okay, good. Coconut. Yeah. All right, compulsive. I'm glad it was helpful. Awesome. Thanks, Scooter. Yeah. Good, LRP. Yeah. And if you guys want to see my previous streams, we've built stuff that's way more fun than this. Like this one was more of a slog. It was more of a mental exercise. We've done some previous stuff like Wordle and the Windows 95 screensaver. That was way more visually interesting and fun. So if you want a little bit more fun, I would suggest maybe reviewing one of those VODs. Um, and you can just kind of follow along, turn off your brain a little bit, make some modifications, and build your own version. um, the only thing I ask is if you do build something from one of my streams, like based on one of my streams, just tag me on Twitter at MayanWolf. You can exclamation point Twitter in the chat to get my Twitter handle, and just tag me there. Hey Civic, hey, I hope you do. I hope you're able to study, and I hope you're able to learn even, get even better. Like, be better than me. Like, be even more creative, and be better at design. And I want to see people that can just blow me out of the water. You mentioned yeah, and that's coffee. I do want to. Yep, exactly. That's kind of what I was referring to. I want to do the clear method, but I want that clear method to specifically only clear the number that's currently being entered. I don't want to touch the stored total, right? So I thought that would be easy, but maybe I'm probably missing something. Yeah, thanks for coming, Akai. Oh, good, Tech. I'm glad you got your calculator to work. That's awesome. What, you want to see the screensaver? Yeah, 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 yeah. I'll pull it up in just a minute. Um oh yeah, no problem, Pareja. I hope to see you next time. Oh, no problem, given. I can't think either. Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you for everybody who contributed in chat. That is much appreciated. Yeah. No, so great. Thank you. Thank you for everybody for sharing their additional knowledge, Coffee, and everybody else who contributed. Thank you so much. Yeah. And now I'm going to see if I can pull up the screensaver on my other screen. Hang on, 2 seconds. Where did I even save that? Was that in VS Code or was that in? I think it was in VS Code. Hang on. I don't even remember. Oh yeah, bouncy ball. Yeah, here it is. Okay. I'm gonna open it, and I'll just show it to you guys real quick. We're not gonna do anything with it. I just want to show it to you guys because I think it's cool. Okay. I'm gonna open it in my other window because y'all aren't allowed to see my documents. We're not that good of friends. Okay, bouncy ball for demo. It's this one. Okay, this should work. And we'll launch this. Just see if it works. Yeah. All right. This one's, I had the variable set super crazy, so this is going to be wild, but this was at the end of the stream when everything got really chaotic. We were just screwing around. But yeah, there you go. Enjoy. It reminds me of Kid Pics. Exactly. That's what I was going for. Okay, I actually got to stop it now because my computer is going crazy. It can't handle all the balls flying around. my fan is going wild. Is this JS? It's JavaScript. Yeah, it's using the Canvas API. The Canvas API in JavaScript. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, watch the stream. It tells you exactly where to. This is actually, so this was built. This is not my own creation. This was built on a tutorial. But check out the stream, and I'll show you. I give you the link and everything. Hit me up on Discord if for some reason you can't find the link to the tutorial. And it's a free code camp tutorial. But then we did a lot of fun stuff to make it even better. So hit me up on Discord if you need the link. Yeah, we'll close that for now because my computer's fan is going crazy. Your calculator already worked. Good job. Awesome. That's amazing. You did the NASA API on your own today? That's rad. Okay, well, I think we're going to call it for tonight. Thanks for everybody for coming. Um, I really had a lot of fun. I hope you all did too. Sounds like some folks at least got a good deal out of it. Yeah, follow me on Twitter for updates on my stream. I will see you all again on Wednesday evening. All right, I'll talk to you soon. Have a great evening. Bye bye.